to actively participate in AfNOG activities. It's been 23 years of ICT capacity building from Cape Town to Mauritius. We have made modest successes, but the digital divide still remains. Therefore, the need for technical skills on internet in Africa still remain high, and AfNOG is committed to addressing this by training engineers for network operators, ISPs, and enterprise. As usual, we'd like to hear from you and your experience, how this will help us serve the community better. And hopefully, we'll have a full fiscal AIS event next year. We wish you all fruitful deliberations and hope you have an enjoyable conference. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Madam Nancy, for the welcome speech. We appreciate the work you do at AfNOG. Next, we have a goodwill video message from Internet evangelist Vincent. Vint is a special friend of Africa and was a keynote speaker at our first event in Cape Town, South Africa in 2000. Let's listen to the video.
Hello, my name is Vince Cerf. I'm Vice President and Chief Internet Evangelist at Google. I wish I could join you at this AfNOG meeting in 2022, but I wasn't able to fit it onto the calendar. That doesn't make this meeting any less important, however. This is a critical time, in my view, for connectivity on the African continent. As you are well aware, I know, there are a number of fiber optic subsea cables that are terminating in various parts along the African coast. But perhaps even more important, there is serious development going on to bring fiber optic cable into the interior of the country, backbone capability, and the potential for internet exchange points to allow the various of the networks in Africa to interoperate directly, as opposed to going out of country and then back in again in order to achieve connectivity. So the investments in IXPs are just as important as the subsea cable and the land-based optical fiber backbone networks. So I encourage all of you to pay attention to those developments and to do what you can to make them more effective and also to complete them possible, so we can take advantage of that. I also want to remind you that the origins of significant networking often take place at the beginning, anyway, in academic settings, for example. The investment in physical infrastructure, of course, is just the beginning. It's important that people know what to do with this capability. It has to be affordable, it has to be reliable, it has to be sustainable, it has to be essentially in place in a way that can incorporate it into applications. So without that substructure operating reliably, the applications can't function. It doesn't hurt that there's increasing investment with the and eventually 5G and someday whatever 6G turns out to be. Those investments, of course, mobile and all the applications we can run on them even more useful because they exercise anything you can do on the internet. And of course, they make the internet more accessible. Everybody get access to the internet as well. Another thing which I want to remind you about, all of this investment and all the trade applications is important for the development of new applications and businesses, new jobs, quite frankly, as well as the potential for increasing GDP and GDP per capita in particular throughout the African continent. You have an opportunity as well to offer services that are not only aimed domestically, but at the other 50 plus countries of Africa and the rest of the world, whose total GDP exceeds the GDP of any particular country. So the addressable markets are potentially very, very big. And I want to emphasize addressable markets. Those of you who are thinking of startups, and I hope some of you are, will be certainly focused on the question, what is the market that my product or service can serve, and can it do so and is competitive with other potential parties, and in a way sustainable. Not to lead this conversation mention of global warming, I draw this to your attention, is that the solutions to global warming are going to require enormous amounts of cooperation and collaboration across the globe. And it's going to require access to significant computers. We will need computers to model what's happening on the planet, where it's happening, and how it's happening, in order to devise responses to deal with the increasing temperatures and the increasing amounts of greenhouse gases that are polluting our atmosphere. And many of you will think of hard contributions to solving this. But I can assure you, all of us around the world are dependent on this cooperative effort, because without cooperation, the solution will not serve our needs. So thank you for being the backbone of network operations in Africa. We are all hoping for a future which is bright and which is filled with access to the things that the internet can offer. And you're part of that story. So I'm sorry not to see you in person and face to face, but perhaps we'll cross paths on the net.
Appreciate your support. Now to the keynote. Philip Smith is well known to this community after having been a lead instructor in advanced routing workshops at AfNOG for several years. Philip was inducted into the Internet Hall of Fame in 2021. Please, let's welcome Philip Smith to give the keynote. Philip, you have the floor.
All right. Let me just figure out my slides, and hopefully you can hear me okay. Share those, and there we go. Very good morning, and well, good afternoon to some of you as well. I should probably notice I'm very sorry I cannot be with you. Hopefully we can turn off the podium microphone as well before I start. Funnily enough, this is one of the things I'm going to be talking about, how we're going to operate network operator groups after the pandemic. So if somebody locally can turn off the microphone, please, the tech support microphone. Okay, thank you. Right, so what I want to do is, Nancy and me asked me to quickly take a look at really where the network operator groups are going to go after the pandemic is finished, or at least if the pandemic is going to finish in the way that we actually know it. And to do this, I thought what I would do is look and see what happened last year. I mean, we'll just gloss over 2020 because I think that was just written off as far as year goes. But want to look and see what the NOGs did last year, because that's actually very instructive as to where I think we're going to be going this year and also heading on into the future. So it's really what we learned and how we're going to approach it. And as we rush back headlong into in-person events, you know, how will those in-person events actually look like? I mean, even the African Internet Summit or AfNOG Day that we have today is starting to look like a model of how things are going to be in the future. So what happened last year and indeed the year before? Well, a lot of NOGs, well, not a lot, some of the NOGs opted to go into hibernation. It was not because that, oh, well, we can't hold in-person meetings, so we're not going to bother. There were really a lot of issues that were, I suppose, conspiring to really make it very hard for them to hold their own events. They maintain an online presence in social media and mailing lists, but really no attempt to do any events, even hybrid or even fully online events. Because there was a perception, I think, in 2020 that, oh, we're just doing an online event, it's going to be very simple. Well, it turns out it wasn't. Also, local pandemic regulations, lockdowns, restricted movements of people and so forth, it varied from country to country, but that seemed to be a general overall summary. And quite often the local volunteers who make these NOGs happen have much bigger priorities in their own lives, you know, whether they were battling with COVID or family members or struggling to work from home and balancing the pandemic as well. So the other way that a lot of the network operator groups went, and I'm talking a lot about Asia Pacific especially, but this is a shared issue. We see in Africa, it's shared in Europe and North America and Latin America as well. A lot of them went fully online. So many of the NOGs already streamed their conferences. So it was already streamed for online viewers. AfNOG has been doing this for a while. AIS has been doing it. Rpki has done this. I've lost count how many years, probably at least 15 years we've streamed the event and made recordings available afterwards as well. So the pandemic really forced us to, well, the streaming thing, online thing, just that was all it was. And so if we had experience of actually putting cameras up and dealing with recordings and in-room microphones and podium mics and all the AV, we knew how to do this. But the others who never really did anything online had to learn very quickly, and they tended to use just whatever video conferencing tool that was popular in their community. And we can't just say, oh, it's Zoom all around the world. Every country seems to have a favorite thing they use, you know, whether it's WebEx or Teams or GoToMeeting or MeetEcho and so on. And then, of course, we had lots of questions. How do you keep the audience engaged? How do you get the audience engaged? How do you get presentations? Because with everybody focused on what the pandemic meant and lockdowns and dealing with work challenges and so forth, people didn't have time to put presentations together. And so that really changed things quite significantly. What about registration? There was some belief that we should have a fee for participation, but then, why do that? Because the cost of the event and how do you manage the fee and manage the access and so forth, that became an issue as well. So it started adding a bit more complexity than I think a lot of people were expecting. What about sponsorship? Does sponsoring an online event make sense? And what we found in Rpki, at least in a lot of the region as well, sponsors are still very engaged, very willing to support the network operator group community holding its meetings. And a big thing that we share between Africa and Asia Pacific is training. Training is a very, very significant part of our events. How do you do training when you're fully online, when people are sitting at home juggling all the issues that the pandemic brought? So, we made use of online platforms. Zoom is by far the most commonly used. Zoom moved very, very quickly at the start of the pandemic to pretty much put in features and capabilities that we all needed. But it's not the only one. Certainly here, GoToMeeting was used quite a bit. MeetEcho I've seen. Soho Meeting is popping up in some places. And other folks stuck with the traditional, WebEx and Microsoft Teams and so forth. You know, and then the Zoom folks, of course, had the battle between Zoom Webinar and Zoom Meeting. You know, webinar seemed like a good idea, but then people discovered very quickly that it's actually very, well, very anonymous and very not inclusive. People can't see who's there. It's a one-to-many, not a many-to-many. And then, of course, managing delegate access as well. You know, we had all the famous Zoom bombing events and the early events in 2020, but you know, most of us have figured that one out. And of course, we had lower costs, smaller sponsorship packages, but sponsors still keen to support. But you know, we don't get the $5,000, $10,000 sponsorship packages anymore. It becomes the $1,000 or $2,000 package instead. Of course, no registration fee seemed to be the norm because, well, why? It's an online thing. And it seemed, you know, the right thing to do for community building and training and so forth to keep the events free. It was a similar preparation time. I think a lot of people didn't appreciate that. A lot of, well, NOGs early on thought, oh, we can just throw together an event with 3 days notice. Well, actually, you can't. You've got the same organization stuff. True, you don't have a venue to deal with, but you have speakers to organize, you've got, you know, registrations, participants to set up, program and sponsorship packages and all the rest. And it became very, very concentrated. Because everybody felt, well, you know, online event, we can organize this in the last minute. So everything became very last minute. And actually, you know, certainly with Apricot organization became incredibly stressful, just in this belief that last minute things can happen. We had to reduce ambitions for training. You know, the work I do for Network Startup Resource Center, we just thought, well, we can just move everything online and people will turn up at workshops as usual. And well, it's going to be tricky to do labs, but everybody will work on labs. Are the people there? That was the big question. Or was it just the calendar logging them in? We didn't know, and I'll show you some pictures later on. It's like we have got lots of these participants, but you know, you ask them for a group photo to turn the cameras on or turn the mic on to answer a question. It's silence and no cameras come on. So were people really there, or was it just a bot logging them in? And then collaborative lab work. How do you do collaborative lab work across many, many countries and time zones when people are sitting at home and they've got all the distractions? So we learned very quickly that we had to reduce ambitions for training. And in fact, you know, I'll come back to this in my conclusions. It's training is a big part of what we do, but the ambitions that we had to be, well, let's say, properly adjusted. What about social activities? You know, going to a conference isn't about a party. Humankind socializes in person. You know, we have social people, we want to talk to each other in person, face to face. So trying to do online social activity for conferences was really challenging. You know, we can do games and quizzes. Those seem to be the most popular. Trying to do sort of replicate a social event that we would do in person online was just, it was comedy, really. It just didn't work and nobody was really interested. Also trying to replicate conference exhibitions and social event spaces. You know, we had some of these early ones about, hey, let's do all this in 3D virtual reality. Yeah, people, you know, well, we're not all gamers. And so it was, we found just really unpopular. And then, you know, a lot of people say, oh, we've got to have a chat system where everybody can talk to each other. Well, if you look at a real in-person conference, nobody talks to each other in massive groups. And so certainly for Apricot, trying a, you know, delegate chat system, hardly anybody used it. And it cost us money to put together these, you know, get a professional system. But the different NOGs use different systems to varying degrees of effect. Also reducing the conference agenda. I mean, we've all read the, you know, the research papers about people's attention span. People can't really focus on something like this for probably more than 30, 45 minutes, 60 minutes at the outset. So rather than doing the big 90-minute sessions, we reduced it to 60. What we then did was reduce the presentation length, which the speakers were cranky about. But what we found was they stayed on message. They were focused. So we got better presentations, I felt. And, you know, Apricot this year was probably one of the best, I felt, from content point of view, because the speakers had to fit into the 20-minute slot. And it also meant that PC could be more choosy about what was offered. And also, fewer presentations were offered. and it was a lot more challenging to find content. This is, something we've found across all the operator community as well, and I'll come back to that. Panel discussions proved to be very, very popular. Natural disasters were a big focus in this part of the world. You've all heard of the Tongan volcano at the start of this year, the biggest eruption since Krakatoa in the 1880s. So that was a big event, but not only the effects of global warming, and scaling the infrastructure, especially with the pandemic. It changed the focus of how the internet operates. People were more focused on how to scale existing infrastructure rather than doing a big build. The next one, well, we saw that at the start here. Speaker challenges. It was the biggest one. Video, audio, how to do the slide share. Mac OS, you've got to set all these permissions. And if you haven't done this before, there's sort of the fumbling around while you restart and rejoin. Home internet bandwidth and reliability. A lot of us in the venue, you're just there in person. But people's home internet is actually relatively low bandwidth in a lot of places. And reliability. We had the classic presentation, somebody giving a presentation about internet reliability, and his internet connection went out. So dealing with those and allowances for those, and we all know the background distractions. Cats walking across the screen in front of you, children coming saying, "Mummy, Daddy, what's happening? What are you doing?" Construction noises, and so on. We have all those background distractions. People who are accustomed to working in an office transplanted to a home environment and not really having a proper home office. Another big one for our region was time zones. Asia Pacific stretches really from, get this, +6 GMT all the way to +14. We're crossing 8 time zones. Plus speakers in Europe, speakers from Africa, speakers from North America, and trying to get people to work out the time zone, even giving them a calendar invite, which would set the correct time, caused all manners of issues. People were 1 day early, 1 day late, or several hours wrong. And even trying to stay in contact with the speakers. On-site was easy. Remote, even with all the plan A, plan B, further backups, they still weren't there. So what about the hybrid events? So by the end of last year, we're starting to do hybrid events. And hybrid is kind of how we used to be pre-pandemic, but some of the NOGs started holding in person. But it's still a bit too early. We only had the Omicron variant appearing in about November. And no NOG organizer wants their event to be a super spreader. And then venue had restrictions, occupancy, social distancing, catering, could only be lunch boxes, no buffet, things like that. Domestic travel was discouraged, so it became remote participation and a few local. And as for international travel, not really. Last year, not really. 1 or 2 brave people did, but by and large, most didn't. So what we learned? Well, we learned we have to keep our NOG visible in our community. There are a lot of distractions in the modern world, and the pandemic just made things worse. Technical training with supervised lab component is very hard. Zoom plus Discord, if you haven't heard of Discord, that really helped improve collaboration within lab groups. I suppose my ideal is a Zoom merged with Discord. Discord lets people work in groups and then come back to a main session. But new tools like Engagely merge what we need based on what we've learned in the last 2 years and show great promise for the future. I'm very excited by that one, for example. So we need less stressful learning option. and that was to offer tutorial style training. So talking head, like me now, to lots of folks listening, but with labs offline or labs outside the actual supervised time. Shorter conference sessions were very important. Shorter presentations improved experience. And we also found that people know how Zoom works a lot better now than they did 2 years ago. So just some examples. I'll flick through these quickly. These pictures are from Apricot. This year, the closing plenary was fully online. It was important to keep the momentum going. That's what we found. Panel discussions, the peering all happened. Great participation. If I look at local NOGs, pick a couple. PHNOG worked out how to really get the Philippine community engaged by taking a one-day event, mixing serious technical presentation with games, peering personals, and just general. It was almost like a game show. The thing is, it was entertaining and it was very engaging, and the turnout was quite amazing. PACNOG, on the other hand, for the Pacific, fully online, half-day conference, key issues there, and then the training, we split over 2 weeks, and we did it in tutorial format with labs on the side. So, that was trying to meet the needs of the community. In the Pacific, quite often the operators basically have 2 technical people or even 1 technical person, and focusing on training for 4 days in a row isn't an option. Whereas if they travel, they usually get permission to be able to do that. So we spread it over 2 weeks to make it work. Or you can go for the full experience, like I want to highlight Mongolia's NOG. They worked within pandemic restrictions last year for their conference. They managed to do in-person training, but full social distance with a local and remote instructor team. And it was a fully virtual conference. So I just stole this from the slides they updated at Apricot. But you can see what they did. And then the conference was basically virtual like that in a television studio. It looked fabulous. It was an extraordinary thing that they actually did. And it just looked such a professional event. But the studio was really just the 4 of them sitting there with a green screen and all around them. So all this that I've talked about is really based from Apricot's NOG organizers BOF. For a few years, we've been doing this. Maz has facilitated it to really get operators to share their NOG organizers to share their experiences. And it's been especially relevant for the last couple of years. We generally do our NOG reports. So all the NOGs in the region and others report on what they've done, kind of like a lightning session, just 1 minute to say what's happened. And after that, we hold a BOF, and it's for all the organizers and anybody else interested to discuss what they've been doing. This one was very lively this year, held back in February. It went way over time because there was so much to discuss. And actually, a lot of what I'm sharing here are the outcomes of that BOF. So going forwards, in-person meetings, there's a big demand for in-person meetings to return. So I'm seeing that. I'm actually just back from my first ever in-person meeting in over 2 years, the BKNX Peering Forum in Thailand. And huge turnout there, and everybody was saying, we have to get back to in-person. It's important for the peering community, it's important for business interaction, and training becomes more possible again to do the hands-on workshops. Venues are COVID safe. Also going forwards, we've been streaming and recording, a lot of us, for a number of years. But now we really have to properly think about remote participation for all our events. We can use YouTube, we've done that, but it doesn't work in every country. We can use Zoom or whatever the favorite one is. But the instructor-based lab workshops have to be in person only. Hybrid doesn't work. Some local, some remote. It simply is not productive for the participants. But tools like Engagely will give us a much more fully online option as well, which won't go away. What else? Presenting, mix of on-site and remote. Time zone coordination has to be also important. Conference websites need to be time zone friendly. Some of them now will sense your browser's time zone and display the program accordingly. Yes, we have the whatever, different website that does the conversion, but the NOGs have to be aware to make it easier for participants and presenters. We're never going to solve AV and home bandwidth issues. We've got to be mindful of those. Pre-recorded presentations are going to be the norm. For years, we said, no pre-recorded. We want you there in person. We can't realistically do that now. What about the session length? Do we go back to 90 minutes? Do we stay with the 60 minutes and reduce the presentation length? I don't know the answer to that. We'll find out in the next year. Social events carry on, but we have to be wary of pandemic regulations. But also, and this is ignored, health considerations. If you're ill, stay at home. Don't come to the event. Don't be a martyr. Don't show, there's no, I suppose, pride in being able to struggle to an event with a high fever and so on. Think about your own health. Think about the health of everybody else. You need to be much more mindful of that. Venues are now COVID safe. I've got a picture there from last week in Bangkok. There's a temperature sensor. Everybody comes in, check the temperature. If you're outside the range, you don't get in. Others require rapid antigen testing before they'll let you into the venue. So these things need to be thought about. Face masks are required in some place. Delegate separations. You've got to sit at least 2 meters away from the next delegate. And for future events, how do you plan the size for participation? How many are going to come? Is there pent-up demand? Do people want to travel, or are we happy sitting at home still? Can you get a venue? This is what we're finding for Apricot next year. We're not the only industry that's trying to make up for lost time. What event insurance can you get? Doesn't include pandemic insurance. A lot don't. So what do you do if there's a new pandemic or a new variant? What happens then? What happens if local pandemic restrictions tighten up? It might affect your venue booking, capacities, participant travel. I don't know the answer to that either. But I don't think we will. But these are the questions that we have to be aware of as we plan going forwards. What about travel for participants? Not all employers are allowing travel yet. Some people last week wanted to attend. Employers said no. It's just the risk assessment they're doing. Others are saying no budget because they're accustomed to the pandemic level of no travel. Oh, this is a good thing. We do everything online now. But what's the long-term cost to business if people aren't able to interact directly? And thinking about that, how do we cover venue and event costs? Will sponsor budgets return to pre-pandemic levels? Can registration fees go back? What if fewer in-person participants turn up and more online? How do you pay for things? And it's handling the remote presentation. Because presenters are remote, they tend to leave things to the last minute. How do you deal with that? Just one more slide to do. It's not going forwards. There we go. So it's been a bumpy ride for the last 2 years. The main thing is that NOGs have kept the communities involved. The coming years, we're going to see a lot of the components of the previous era, but the new era is going to include a lot of the lessons we learned in the last 2 years. So we need to be creative, flexible, adaptable, and most important of all, please be patient. Be patient with friends and colleagues. It's not our fault the pandemic happened. It's not our fault that we have all the mixture of what we're trying to do. It's going to take time for all of us to get back to some kind of normal, whatever that normal is going to be. So I hope this is of interest. I hope it's useful. It's very much how we feel we're moving forwards in the Asia Pacific region. And having been attending African Internet Summits since what, 2000, 2001, very, very similar challenges that you are facing there as well. So thank you all very much.
Really, there's nothing better than experience. And Dr. Philip Smith was also the pioneering upstream provider that connected Ghana to the internet. He was my partner in crime in that activity. We thank you very, very much for the wonderful keynotes. And please, let's give him another round of applause. We've come to the end of the opening session, and we thank you all for your attention. But one more thing, AfNOG, AfNOG, merci. Ciao.
A round of applause to Dr. Nee again. So we move to the next session where I'll invite Elaine Aina to take us through technical presentation. If all the presenters, any on-site presenters, please come to the front. Thank you. Amrish, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Susan. And my name is Alain. My name is Alain Patrick Kayina. I have the pleasure to moderate this section. We are very honored to have two great speakers for this AfNOG main presentation. Who will be covering two of our main hot topics at the moment. One will be around IP address transitions, and the second discussion point will be Rpki, resource public key infrastructure. We'll start with David Conrad, who is the former VP of IT and research at ICANN, former general manager at IANA, former ARIN board member, and also founding CEO of AfNOG. And the topic for David Conrad is going to be IP address transitions, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So David, thank you for joining us. If you are online, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Hopefully you can hear me. Let me load the slides. Oh, good. I can hear myself. So, thank you a lot.
I would like to request if anyone is in the meeting room and has joined on Meeteco, kindly mute yourself.
Yes, please.
Kindly mute yourself. Thank you. Please go on.
So thank you. I'm talking about IP transition, the good, the bad, and the ugly. If you haven't seen that movie, it's a spaghetti western that was done in the 60s. I highly recommend it. It has only the title related to IP transition, I hope. None of the western shootout scenes, presumably. So, who am I? As Alon mentioned, I've done a few things related to the internet. I've been doing this stuff since '83. My most recent job was with ICANN. I escaped as CTO in October of 2021. Now I'm CTO of a small startup called Internet Tool and Die Company. We're sort of in stealth mode, so I won't tell you exactly what we do because we're still trying to figure that out ourselves. So looking at IP transition, we have sort of the conventional wisdom, which is, IPv6 is the good. It's simpler, more efficient, more address space than you can shake a stick at. NAT is bad. It breaks end to end. It generates all sorts of other problems. And IPv4 is sort of the ugly. It has lots of historical warts. We've learned a lot about how to write protocols since IPv4 was developed. And it has, more importantly, limited address space. So the transition, obviously, is to go from the ugly to the good without traversing through the bad. But as John Kenneth Galbraith has said, conventional wisdom is simple, convenient, comfortable, and comforting, though it's not necessarily true. So looking at each of these aspects, so IPv6 is good. It has more address space. It has so much address space that it sort of beggars the imagination. It also has some other benefits. It's clean slate. We're sort of starting over from scratch, more efficient header. It has this neat stateless autoconfig stuff. You know, one surprising, perhaps, security benefit is it makes scanning subnets just infeasible. There's just too much address space. However, IPv6 does require all network using software to be revised. At a minimum, it needs to be recompiled. In most cases, there are new calls, get_attr_info, for example, to translate a name into a set of IP addresses. It's not backwards compatible, so it means that if you're deploying IPv6, you'll generally have to run two networks. An IPv4 network and an IPv6 network. This increases your attack surface and increases operational expenses. IPv6 is more than IPv4 with longer addresses. You have to assume the addresses are transient. There are more addresses, interfaces have more than one address. Auto configuration can be undesirable in some contexts. Even today, you know, 20 plus years since IPv6 has been standardized, it still lacks some feature parity with IPv4, particularly in certain platforms. And there's still problems with incomplete or broken implementations, even from major vendors. More importantly, there's sort of this chicken or egg problem. Since it is a new network, in order to gain access to it, you actually have to have content on it. But if there's no one on the network, then there's no reason to develop content. And that has always been a problem with deploying new technologies like IPv6 or DNSSEC or similar technologies. Looking at NAT, the conventional wisdom, NAT is bad. It definitely adds complexity, which means there's more stuff to break. And again, an increased attack surface. It adds latency. Any packet that goes through a NAT has to be mangled. The address is translated, sometimes a port. And when I say NAT here, I mean sort of generically NAT technologies, whether it's NAT-PT or simple network address translation itself or carrier-grade NAT. Addresses embedded within protocols simply won't work. FTP, SIP, IPsec, all of those that include an IP address have to be routed through application layer gateways. And offering services behind a NAT is actually much harder, which sort of de-emphasizes peer-to-peer relationships and moves things to a producer-consumer model, which is good for the content providers, but may not be as good for the end users. But the reality is that the vast majority of internet users and devices are traversing NAT today. It's sort of how the internet has continued to grow despite the IPv4 limitations. Another benefit of NAT is that it actually makes changing ISPs easy. Instead of having to renumber your entire enterprise or all your home network, you just change the address at the NAT. Application protocols have evolved over time. We've learned, given the fact that the vast majority of users are behind NAT, you have to deal with it at the protocol level. So new protocols tend to have an understanding and acceptance that NAT exists and has to deal with it. And given IPv4 exhaustion, pretty much every transition from IPv4 to IPv6 will require NAT in one way or another. Otherwise, the IPv6 only devices won't be able to talk to an IPv4 only device. Looking at IPv4, it's ugly. It simply has insufficient address space. There's no way you can make an observation other than that. It also has lots of historical baggage, lots of extraneous unused header fields, complicated fragment handling that has been a security issue forever, and it has checksums that hinder performance. The two pictures there show you the v4 header and the v6 header. The red is stuff that has been jettisoned, and with v6, the only addition they really put in was the flow label, although that isn't really used all that much. And there we go. However, IPv4 works, particularly in conjunction with NAT. And it's really hard to sort of criticize something that has gone from a few universities to encompassing the entire globe and providing the services that the internet provides today. So, with the good, the bad, and the ugly, how do you transition without going through the bad as has been described? The real problem is that the primary limitation of v4 is 32-bit address space. IPv6 obviously fixed that with 128 bits, and you can't fit 128 bits into 32. As mentioned, all of the solutions require NAT. However, NAT is bad. There's been long discussions within the IETF about all the evils that NAT imposes upon the world. However, let's ignore the fact that NAT is bad just for a bit. Looking at the transition approaches, there are a lot of them. The IPNG working group didn't really come up with a address transition plan. So a wide variety of potential transitions approached. That list there on the right is what you get if you look at Wikipedia's page on IPv6 transition mechanisms. And there's obviously more than that. However, more recently, IPv4 as a service seems to be gaining popularity. There is actually an excellent document out. It's an internet draft right now, the pros and cons of IPv6 transition technologies for IPv4 as a service. I highly recommend, if this is of interest to you, that you take a look at that draft, perhaps even contribute to it. I'm not going to explore the various options here. I'm not really qualified. I don't run a network anymore. I sort of just sit on the outside eating popcorn and watching events unfold. But it does seem that there is a continued transition. But it's really hard. And why is it so hard? Fundamentally, users don't care about the first 4 bits of an IP packet header, and they really shouldn't. For most enterprises, network operations is a cost center, and there's a lot of reasons why enterprises are pretty happy with v4 and don't see a need to change. Most importantly, network growth in most environments is incremental and not directly related to increased revenue or income. And in many cases, folks within enterprise just see the request to transition to update to IPv6 as sort of make work, because things work as they are now. But if you want to do a transition, you need an incentive. ISPs have a natural incentive. They want to continue to grow. They want to get more customers. They want to provide services to more areas. So they have a natural incentive to upgrade to IPv6. If you're an enterprise, there's a problem. There's no killer application that demands IPv6. because all services need to be available on v4. Growing the network generally isn't a concern for enterprises. If there is growth, it's relatively slow. That said, there can be problems if there's merger acquisitions. You know, if you have two enterprises that happen to have used private addressing and they merge, then you have a chance of collision of that private address space. And all the current transition models are complicated and have an increase in capital expenses and more operational expenses. But if you assume that you're running an IPv4 only network, and you're like most folks who don't really have money, time, resources, whatever, to upgrade that infrastructure to IPv6, an observation that I could make right now is that the current spot price for a /32 in IPv4 land is around $60 US, which is mind-blowing. The amount of money that is being thrown around right now in order to obtain IPv4 addresses by large organizations is truly staggering. And if you sit back and say, you know, you're running an enterprise, networking is not your main goal in life, how many public IPv4 addresses do you really need? Can you consolidate that into a smaller block? Can you use NAT, even if, you know, NAT is considered bad? That raises the question about the markets. Markets have been around since around 2010, and they are and will be a continued facet of the internet as it exists now. Historically, IPv4 address-based utilization efficiency was quite low. After all, if you had some pressure on your address space, it was generally easier to go to your RIR and get more than it was to renumber or consolidate, be more efficient in utilization of your address space. That excess address space, as a result of becoming more efficient, can, in some cases, become a revenue source now. RIR market distortion, the fact that you could get address space for free or close to free from the RIRs went away in pretty much all the RIRs, which means that the cost signals associated with remaining with IPv4 are now much clearer. You now, as a network operator, you now have a much better understanding of how much it'll cost to stay with IPv4 compared to how much it'll cost to transition to IPv6. Of course, markets have lots of implications. There are obviously benefits. It provides incentives to increase address-based utilization, and the money that you get in selling address space can be used to help fund IPv6 transition. It does have a lot of risks. There's a perception of lack of fairness. Early adopters can get a significant windfall. There's a risk of speculation, arbitrage, rent seeking that'll add costs with no other benefits. And then there's the idea of hoarding or cornering the market, reduces overall utilization efficiency. Of course, with the fact that you have IPv6 sitting in the wings, hoarding may not be that big a concern. But regardless, as long as there's demand for IPv4 and demand appears to be increasing, the markets will be here to stay. Some concerns have been expressed about whether the v4 markets will hinder the transition to v6. In my view, probably not. The company Adirex did a study back in 2018 and showed that 96% of the largest market participants had already deployed v6. That was, what, 5 years ago. I suspect it's up to 100% now. And the reality is that IPv4 plus NAT really still kind of sucks. It still has a lot of performance impact, scalability impact, reliability impact, etc. Despite and perhaps because of the markets and the cost signals that are now being fed into purchasers, the transition to IPv6 is making steady progress. If you look at Google's page on IPv6 deployment, it's showing about just under 40% globally. And if you look at APNIC statistics there, you'll see things are, averaging, about a third of the internet, more or less. However, Africa is a clear outlier. It is way down about 1%, 1.5% of IPv6 deployment. So why is Africa an outlier? People have been discussing this for quite some time. Muqam at AfNOG had actually written back in 2015, it's lack of resources, time, skills, and people, money, lack of priority, focus, management buy-in. It's a nice article from back in 2015 that sort of describes one particular view. In 2016, there was an article that suggested that it was people didn't know that much about or understand IPv6. Hopefully that's not as true anymore with exhaustion of the v4, but it still may be an issue. And then in 2019, there was an interesting article, I believe in Nigeria, that AfNOG still has IPv4 space, so operators have become complacent about migrating. That in and of itself might be thought-provoking, that the remaining pools in AfNOG is sort of the last RIR standing with IPv4 address space, could actually be discouraging the deployment of IPv6. So unconventional wisdom, I would argue that IPv6, NAT, and IPv4 have attributes of all the good, the bad, and the ugly. My personal view on the transition near term, if you're an ISP, I think I've thought for a very long time that you should migrate to an IPv6 only backbone with providing IPv4 as a service to customers that need IPv4. Which everyone does, but provided as a service in addition to underlying IPv6 backbone. But then again, I don't run a network, so I'm just sort of sitting by the sidelines here. Enterprises are going to migrate to IPv6 when they see a need. Right now, most don't really see a need. The benefits that IPv6 provide to an enterprise are relatively minor. With the exception of situations where you have a merger acquisition. If the enterprise has their own IPv4 address space, it may be possible to encourage them to migrate to IPv6 just via market forces. In the long term, I still believe that the right answer will eventually probably be IPv6 only. Everyone will have IPv6. It will take a long time. I suspect I will no longer be working by the time the last IPv4 packet hits the network. There is, of course, an alternative view that IPv4 plus NAT might be the ultimate answer. The lesser technology beating out the better technology, just like VHS beat out beta, although I understand not a lot of people understand those references anymore. One of the joys of getting older. IPv4 plus NAT will allow the network to grow, but not perhaps in the ideal fashion. And with that, I will take questions, comments, or sit through screams of outrage. Thank you very much. I guess not seeing any questions. I will hand it back to Alon. Thank you very much for your time and your patience.
Because we refuse to learn, okay? And hopefully, I think from now, we will probably do the right thing, because some of this issue has been known even from the designing of the protocol, but we refuse to just accept the mistake and fix and do the right thing. So, but having said that, we'll open questions. So those who are in the room, you can line up over there. And if we have questions also online,
there are no questions online. The people joining us online, feel free to chat into the question section. And the people on site, there's a mic at the middle aisle.
Yes, and I really hope we should have questions, because David's presentation really challenged Africa on the IPv6 deployment. And if you don't say anything, does it mean you accepted the situation of IPv6 in Africa?
There's only one comment I found in the chat section, that from Sylvian Aboka Baya, who says, thanks, David. There's one question that has come in. The first question, is AfNOG ready for an open IP transfer policy? And the second question from Stephen Musa, he says, Africa is back. Any advice of measures to push deployment here? Maybe the presenter can attempt to answer the two as we wait for more questions.
Yes, but I think there is one question for AfNOG, and the second one for, I think David can. So David, maybe can you respond to the second question while we look for AfNOG to address the question on AfNOG policy? So David.
Sure. So the deployment, as I mentioned, I think right now, the deployment of IPv6 should probably focus primarily on internet service providers, because enterprises largely don't see any particular advantage of transitioning to v6. If v6 is available at the ISP level, the enterprises and home users may not even be aware that they're using v6. At my home, I have v6 capability, and I can't tell you any one time or another whether I'm using v4 or v6, because it's all sort of transparent to me. From the end user perspective, transparency is sort of what you're after. You don't want to know, don't need to know that you have v6. And the only way to get there initially will be by ISPs providing CPE and the underlying infrastructure that will allow sort of happy eyeball work and that sort of thing to allow IPv6 to sort of stealthily enter the market. In the context of enterprises, I personally believe that the ability to take allocated but unused address space, sell that off, and then take that money and then invest that into the infrastructure to upgrade the network makes a lot of sense. I understand that there are some challenges in that space, but I think that ultimately the idea of migrating to IPv6 is sufficiently important that the concerns associated with the markets like hoarding and arbitrage and that sort of thing sort of pale in significance.
Okay. So we go for the room. So Dr. Nee.
Yeah, thanks very much. David is always very clear, and I really appreciate that. But I thought I would ask this question. It appears that Africa is also the only region, in addition to having some people available, it's also the only region where there are some countries, maybe with no ISPs. So how do we balance this challenge of making sure that the high costs are not passed on to the latest comings of internet connectors? And so this is the battle we have to understand. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
There is another question that has come in online from Amadou Hassan. Still goes to AfriNIC. I guess we will find someone to respond to this. The question reads, how can AfriNIC force or help all ISP to start moving from on IPv6 transition? Like in my country, Niger, the biggest national ISP is not even talking about or not ready for any transition. The other question is, what about, this is from Sylvia Naboka Baya, what about the future of INRS, that is the Internet Number Registry System?
Yeah. Yes. Suzanne, well, maybe we allow David to address Dr. Nee's questions, and
then we move on to the next one. Thank you.
Yeah, we do. And Amrish also want to ask questions.
Okay.
Okay, David.
With response to Dr. Nee's question, I think the policies that currently exist, as I understand them, within AfriNIC relating to allocation of address space for new entrants, I think reinforcing that as much as possible so that the address space is actually dedicated to folks who do not currently have a network, but with an understanding that the amount of address space that they will receive is limited, and it needs to be used in the context of providing IPv6 as sort of the underlying network infrastructure. At this point in time, my feeling is that there is sufficient hardware, software, both commercial and open source, that supports IPv6, that would allow a new entrant, someone without legacy systems to support, to deploy things in quote the right way, unquote, and be able to provide the technology via IPv6 with using a small amount of IPv4 for IPv4 as a service. But again, I don't run a network, so I'm just sitting here by the sidelines and cheering folks on.
Okay, so we let allow Noah and Amrish. We don't have time, but we will. But let allow Noah to ask his question. Then we wrap up the section.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, David. This is Noah from SECOM. So I think effectively since 2018, 2018 or something like that, there was this talk around the software stack on the client side, especially when it comes to personal computers and, so to speak, mobile phones. The Android stack was yet not ready, really supportive of, even DHCPv6. And the last time I checked, it's still a problem. Now, when it comes to the context of Africa, most of the end users, especially the eyeballs, have smartphones which yet do not support the DHCPv6 on the Android stack. What is your view on this? In correlation with the discussion around, of course, IPv6 deployment.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So David, any comment you had, Noah, and maybe your closing comment on also.
Sure. Yeah, the situation in Android with regards to V6 is actually kind of mind-boggling to me. As far as I can tell, it's almost like a religious issue with a particular developer at Google who does not believe that DHCP v6 is warranted and is sort of enforcing his view to ensure that Android does not support DHCP v6. It trying to think how to say this politely. It seems a little crazy to me that this situation has been allowed to stand for so long. And that gets into the comment that I made with regards to feature parity between IPv4 and IPv6. If you want service providers to deploy technology, you want to make it easy for them. You don't want to force them to do new things. You want to allow them to use their infrastructure the way they've always used it. Yes, I would agree that it's not ideal in the context of what you can do with IPv6, but it seems a little strange to me that we would be trying to force people to learn new things at the same time we're trying to encourage them to deploy technology as quickly as possible. So I'm hoping that there is sort of a change of heart at some point with regards to fully, at least attempting to be more feature complete between IPv4 and IPv6. But I've been hoping that for quite some time now.
Okay, thank you. We have James from AfNOG Registration Service Teams. Yeah, so to answer the questions to AfNOG. So James.
Thank you, Alan. Yes, I'll start with the first one. Is AfNOG ready for an open IP transfer policy? I think that's more of a question for the policy discussion working group. If we speak about the Secretariat, we are ready to implement any policy that comes through. We do provide estimated time for implementation, but readiness, then I think it can be addressed through the BDWG. I'll just add to the matter regarding IPv6. I think Noah addressed one thing, but I also talk about readiness in terms of the Secretariat. AfNOG, we do have a number of initiatives that we are doing regarding IPv6. So we are really trying to help a lot of our members deploy IPv6. When they are ready, they are able to come. We have a help desk for IPv6. So you can register and then we work with you in deploying IPv6 on your networks. We are also doing trainings, but we also have e-courses material, which you can access for free. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, James, and thank you, David, for these presentations. And I think we will maybe love of having 1 hour to discuss this because there are some open questions on this. But I think you set the scene, and at AfNOG we will take it on and continue having the discussions on how we improve things. So thank you, David. We'll now move to the next speaker, which is just sitting next to me. The next speaker is Rpki, former researcher manager at AfNOG, and now Internet Measurement and Data Expert at Internet Society. And the topic is going to be about ROA, propagation time. So Amrish, you have the floor, but if you could try to speed up a little bit, then that we appreciate. Thank you.
Yeah, my presentation is shorter, so we can catch up on time. Thank you, Alain, for the introduction. My presentation is going to be about timing issue. So I know we are late, so my presentation is about time. So I'll try to rush it. So my name is Amrish. As Anna said, I was a former research manager at AfNOG. Now I work at the Internet Society on different projects, including Manners, in which we do a few research about the Rpki, the health of Rpki, and how things are evolving. And one of the topic was actually it was really largely discussed last year around, I think around this time when AfNOG was adopting the AS0 policy. So there were a lot of discussions about how much time does it take the Rpki system, or when I create a ROA for it to appear on BGP, because I think time was an issue. For example, as you know, for AS0, the idea is when you create a ROA from the AS0 TAL, that prefixes will not be able to be announced on the internet, and for reserved and available space. And what if someone makes a mistake? How much time do we have to roll back? And if this creates an outage, how much time does it take for us to actually fix the problem? Next slide, please. So let me give you a little bit of background about Rpki. Next slide, please. So Rpki, as you might know, is the protocol that we are using nowadays to do route filtering based on authoritative information, which is in the Rpki system, as opposed to the internet routing registries, which are objects found in a database. Rpki is adding a layer of cryptography on basically the same information, which AS number can announce a route. And using Rpki, you can cryptographically verify this information, and therefore it is a system which is more authoritative and more secure as well to provide this type of information. So for this to happen, all the RIOs needs to operate what they call an Rpki certification authority. So each RIO, they have a 0/0 trust anchor. Then using this trust anchor, they can allocate certificates to their members, and their members can now create objects called ROAs, Route Origin Authorization Objects, which are then used by validators. Can move to the next slide. Okay, this is just to explain you the chain of trust. So the RIO has the topmost certificate called the All Resources Certificate, which is connected to the member certificate in blue, and the member can now create ROAs. This is what I just mentioned. Next slide, please. Yeah, right. So here we are. So each of the RIOs will have their own repository in which all the objects will be in there. Rpki objects, CRL, ROAs, different objects that all together makes the Rpki system. And then there is a special tool called a validator. So the validator will go and fetch the resources from these different repositories, run some validation algorithm, and finally provide you a list of what we call VRPs, validated ROA payloads. These are basically just a list of prefixes and AS numbers. So basically, these AS numbers are allowed, or the only one that are allowed to advertise those prefixes. Next one, please. So once we have these VRPs, so you are a realigned party, you are a BGP speaker on the internet, you want to make a decision about your routing. So on one side, because you are using Rpki, you are receiving these VRPs, validated ROA payload from Rpki. You have this information, and on the other side, you have all the announcements that you're receiving from your neighbors. Now you need to make decisions. Should I accept those announcements, or should I drop them? And this is based on the Rpki that you would now do what we call route origin validation. Next slide, please. So as you see, this is a complex system. We have so many different components, and it is important to understand all the different components which makes that ecosystem. First of all, you have the RIO portal. So how do you actually go and create your route origin authorization objects, your ROAs? You need to go on the ORIA portal. So in our case, it would be MyAfriNIC. You go on MyAfriNIC and create the ROA. So this is first step. Then AfriNIC behind has a very complex set of systems, including the Rpki CA, the certificate authority, which will generate the ROAs, sign the ROA using a public key, a private key, and so on and so forth. Then once you have this information, you need to publish it somewhere. So it goes in the publication point, number 3. Publication point is just a place, a public repository, which can be accessible by anyone. This is where all the objects are placed. Next is now relying parties, the software that will connect to these repositories, download the objects, validate them, and then push those lists of validated ROA payload, which I talked about earlier. And then number 5 is now your router. Your router is going to receive those information and now take decisions. So as you see, that the supply chain is quite complex. It has so many parts. And to understand the time issue, you need to understand how much time it takes in between each of them. Next, please. So now the problem, how much time? So why is it important to understand the timing issue? Because we know time is the essence, especially when you are in the face of an outage. Some people or some networks might face, let's say, a DDoS attack, for example. So they would need to, for example, create maybe more specific prefixes so that they advertise on the internet, and they would create ROAs to protect them. And they would want to know how much time after creating the ROAs they will get back their traffic. So this is one consideration. There is also the fact that there is a delay within each of the steps that I mentioned. There is a delay, so we need to understand very well those delays. Maybe at some point even optimize them so that the total time it takes is not so much of an issue. Next slide, please. I've went through that one. Next one again. Yes, so I mentioned that first of all, when someone needs to log into the Rpki system on MyAfriNIC, click on create a ROA, and then all of this time, T0, T1, T2, T3, T4, and T5 is all that time that is added before you see a change in BGP, whether it is an announcement or a withdrawal. Next slide. So first step, someone connects to the MyAfriNIC portal, T0. This is when your clock starts clicking. Next, the creation of a ROA is T1. Next is the publication in the Rpki repository. Another time it takes to go there. Then relying party validation interval, T4, and router refresh interval, this is T5. Only then your router will start making decision, and then you will see the difference on BGP. Next. So I looked into what are the different timing parameters that we have in validators on one side, and on the other side on routers. Remember that the routers, they connect to the validators, and at some point in time or regularly, actually, they go and fetch the information. But how much time? But what is the time that we have? So we have different flavors of validators. Right now we have four main one, I would say four active validators, routing native for Octo Rpki and Rpki client. We used to have the RIPE validator, but which is now defunct. It is no more maintained. And as you see, routinator, so there are two protocols to fetch the objects from the validators. One of them is RDP, which is called the Delta protocol based on HTTPS, and the other one is rsync. So there is now a tendency to move away from rsync because we have seen that rsync is too resource intensive, and it takes too much processing power. For example, if you have thousands of relying parties connecting to a publication point, it can create a DOS on the publication point because OSync is so computer intensive. So the idea is now to move mostly to RDP, which is a HTTP based protocol, and it transfer what they call the delta, which is the difference between the different states of the repository. So as you see, you have Routinator has a 10-minute refresh interval. So every 10 minutes, it will poll the publication point to get the latest information. Fort has a default. So what you see here is just the default information. So obviously, you can change this information as you wish, but these are what have been recommended by the RFCs. And Rpki have 20 minutes. On the router side, this is the information that I've been able to gather. So router OS from MikroTik, which is a router which is quite used in our region, has a recommended refresh interval of 1 hour. Nokia has 5 minutes. FR routing is 5 minutes, but is 1 hour. And the others like Junos and Cisco iOS is also 1 hour. So if we go to the next slide, please. If we do a matrix, X by X matrix, next slide, please. We can see how much time if the combination of router and validator, how much time it would take. So we see most of them would take more or less an hour. In some cases, for example, if you're using FRR routing with Rpki, I'm talking about default because obviously this can be changed. You can go down to 10 minutes or 20 minutes, but more or less is 1 hour. Next slide, please. So 2 years ago, we did a study in a paper that was published where we looked at the publication points of two RIOs, specifically at AfNOG and APNIC. And we looked at who is actually pulling the information from from the RIO repositories. And as you can see, you have the 4 main validators were there, including RIPE, but RIPE is defunct now. But the one which is the most common is Routinator, and the interval they were using is every 10 minutes. Rpki, we had a few of them. So Rpki was doing a refresh time of every 20 minutes, and Fort Rpki client, they were doing a refresh every 1 hour. So on the left side, you have those using the OSync protocol, and on the right side, you have those using the RDP protocol. So in a nutshell, this graph, what it is showing is that most of the validators that we see out there is Routinator, and they are using the 10-minute interval. Next slide, please. So, of course, the relying parties need to find the right balance between the refresh interval and the rate at which they are going to do the refresh. As I mentioned, OSync is still being used. So if they increase the rate on OSync, so if, for example, they reduce the refresh time on OSync, what will happen is there will be more and more fetching on OSync. And I mentioned that this can actually slow the system down because OSync cannot sustain too many connections. So the general recommendations that we see is that for OSync, you stick to 1 hour is fine. And for RDP, the general recommendation to the relying parties is not to be more than, 10 minutes is on the average is good. Next slide, please. So we also did an experiment. So we wanted to know in the wild how much time it takes, because this is what is of interest to the operators. What we have seen earlier is the numbers that we have in the RFCs and the default numbers, but they are not necessarily the case in the wild. So what's happening in the wild? So we did a setup. So thanks to AfNOG through their experimental prefix allocation policy, we have received 2 prefixes. Actually, two sets of prefixes, both IPv4 and IPv6. So we have prefix A, which we call the control prefix. We were advertising the prefix and it was always reachable. And the test prefix B was we were switching between reachable and not reachable. So how we were doing that? So we were creating we had a ROA that invalidated the prefix. And then we created a new ROA that will validate the prefix. So by switching the state, we could see at what point they were appearing and disappearing on the internet. So we advertise our prefix, the prefix B from our AS, and which had two upstream providers, and we know they were doing route origin validation. So we created bad AS for the prefix B, and then we created a good AS to make our announcement valid, and then we were changing it back and forth. Next, please. So what were we measuring? So we were measuring the time difference between the ROA creation, the point at which the ROA was created in the Rpki system, and the time at which it was seen on BGP. So we were looking at, for example, announcement messages and withdrawal messages, and we were using Rpri, which is a route collector. It provides information about what's happening on BGP and showing all the messages, and the duration of the experiment was more or less 3 months. So we got quite a good amount of data. So next. So yes, this is some observation that we got from AfNOG. So we did that study for all the RIOs, but today I'm going to present only on AfNOG. And actually, I can even say that AfNOG was actually the fastest of all the RIOs. One of the reasons is because when you create a ROA at AfNOG, is because the ROA goes into the repository straight away. Some other RIOs, they have a batching process. So they will take all your requests and maybe 20 minutes later, they will create the ROAs. So, no, can you go back, please? So if you look at the steps for ROA creation, to sign the object on the portal, it takes 0 minutes. So the not before time or the default one is also 0 minutes. It takes 2 minutes for it to appear in our repository. It takes more or less 11 minutes for relying parties to pick it up. So the 10 minutes is very close to the 10 minutes that we have seen. So it means that for our experiment, our upstream providers were technically using Routinator here. And then in BGP, it took 15 minutes for it to appear in BGP. So obviously, if we change operator, another operator might be using another set of tools or routers, that might change. But for our experiment, this is what we have seen. But for ROA deletion, this is interesting. Look at the timing. So when you delete a ROA, the time it takes for it to appear on the CRL. CRL is when you revoke objects in Rpki, 0 minutes. 11 minutes for it to be taken into account by the relying party. And it took almost 50 minutes for the withdraw message to appear on the internet. So so that's quite a much longer time than creation. So when you delete a ROA, it takes much longer time to actually have the impact on BGP. And why is that? So we tried to understand why is deletion much longer. And we came to realize that some ISPs, what they are doing, so instead of them having only one relying party, they have maybe 5 relying parties because they want to do load balancing or they want to do redundancy. So if all of these relying parties are not synchronized, maybe one is fetching at time A, the other one is fetching at time B. So what will happen is that it needs all these relying parties to be synchronized first. So we need to wait for the last one to be synchronized for the action to be taken on BGP. So that's why deletion takes relatively more time than creation. So I hope this provides a rough answer to the question that people had on the mailing list when we were debating the AS0 TAL about how much time does it take for my ROA to appear on the internet. So this is what we have. Thank you.
You can come and sit down. Okay. So thank you, Amrish, for these interesting presentations. But unfortunately, it looked like we will not have enough time to engage. But I see someone at the mic. So maybe we should allow at least one or two questions. Suzanne, can I, two questions or one question? Okay. So David, yeah, please go.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation, Amrish. I just wanted to ask whether you factored in things like we see other RIRs have delegated mode. What is the impact on time on this?
Yeah. So for this experiment, we use only hosted mode. So we use the hosted mode of AfNOG. So for AfNOG, of course, we cannot do delegated mode yet, but the other RILs are doing delegated. So this is like a future work that we want to do for delegated, because delegated is much more complex. They manage everything by themselves. They decide when to publish or when not to publish. So it adds probably more elements to the equation.
Okay. Thank you, Amrish. And I hear you saying that there's more work to be done, because we need to keep monitoring these propagation delays and the impact you have in the routing. So we hope you will keep us updated, and maybe don't wait for a meeting before. If you have some new data, maybe publish somewhere. So point us to the URL we can follow as we go, because next meeting will be in November. But from now to November, I'm sure that we have things. So thank you, and so I think this ends our section on the main technical presentation. So I will hand over to Suzanne.
Thank you, Elaine. You had a good session? A hand clap for them. So we will take a break for 10 minutes. We'll be back at the top of the hour to continue with AfNOG Day. For those on site, there is refreshments outside the door, and those online, kindly take a break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you all. Mic check 1, 2. We request all delegates to get inside the room for us to continue with the session. Thank you for all those joining us online. We will be up shortly. We request all delegates to get to the room. We will be starting shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's safe to go on. At this point, I will welcome the moderator, Mr. Mark Tinker, to take us through the Network Operators Group panel. I understand that it's a panel and the panelists, 3 of them are on site. I'll ask them to come and sit at the front. Over to you, Mark Tinker. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. I'm hoping everybody can hear me just fine. So it's a bit sunny outside here today, so. Susan, am I clear? Can everybody hear me okay?
We can hear you loud and clear. Please go on, Mark.
Excellent, thank you. So welcome all. I'll just try and keep us on time. This panel is about the network operators groups and updates on where we are. Given the last 2 years of not being with each other, we're going to be looking at NOGs from the various regions: West Africa, Eastern Africa, Southern Africa. Panelists with us today, there is Noah Minor, who's looking after the TZ NOG. Cedric Adrian Bayet, Cedric will be looking after SNNOG. Joshua will be looking at NGNOG. Kevin Chege will be looking after KENOG. Isabel Odida will be looking after UGNOG. Maud Ashong Elliott is Maud on? Let's see. Yeah, Maud will be looking at GHNOG, and Portia Rabonda will be looking at SAFNOG. So I suppose I'll just ask each of the panelists to just take about 2 to 3 minutes, preferably less if we can, just to make up time, just to give us a brief introduction on the NOGs and the summary of the status, and just a little bit of history of where you came from and where you're at now. I think I'll kick it off with Joshua from NGNOG, if that's fine. Joshua, whenever you're ready. Okay, so perhaps maybe while Joshua is just setting himself up, maybe we can start with, let's start with Kevin, representing KENOG.
Yeah, can I jump in now? Sorry, I was waiting.
Yeah, okay, Joshua, if you're ready.
Great. So my name is Joshua, and I'm here for representing the Nigerian Network Operators Group. And over the past couple of years, what we have been doing on the Nigerian Networks Group has been to help our higher educational studies and also organizations, ISPs, and to be able to improve their capacity building in terms of network technologies. And in the last 2 years, we have grown to also head the peering and interconnection network. And what we have been doing is to now tell other ISPs, other telcos, and also other institutions how they can not only manage their own network, but also be able to connect within themselves and then have a better ecosystem of network operators and institutions together. So pretty much that's it in a nutshell, what we're doing in the engineering.
Thank you so much, Joshua. I'll ask Kevin to.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Kevin, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Greetings, everyone. My name is Kevin. I'm representing KENOG. KENOG is a NOG based in Kenya, and it's a volunteer-led community that aims to enhance local capacity in areas of network operations, cloud, and storage, among others. The main goal of KENOG is to provide a platform for sharing capacity building. We had our first event in 2018 under a different name, Tech Week. Then we had a second event in 2019, and then we did a couple of remote events since then, and we just are sort of getting back to face-to-face events, which I'll talk about. We've got a lot of assistance from the local community in Kenya, which we are very grateful for. We have a PC, which consists of all volunteers who have also helped a lot to get KENOG going. And I'm looking forward to the discussion here to hear about more NOGs. Thanks, Max.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Next up, we'll have Isabel, Eugene. Isabella, are you ready to go? All right, so perhaps maybe while we're waiting for Isabel to get Isabel, are you ready? There we go. This online thing is not easy, eh? Isabella, yeah.
Hi, Mark. Good to see you. Isabel from Uganda, representing UGNOG. UGNOG, I think, is the youngest NOG on the panel today. We started in 2020 in the pandemic, so we've never met physically. UGNOG was created through the support of the Global NOG Alliance and assistance of other NOGs such as AfNOG, Tanzania NOG, and Kenya NOG. Our focus doesn't derive far from what KENOG is about, which is creating a platform that we get to use to provide support for the development of internet infrastructure in the country. We've had 2 meetings so far, and I would say I'm very impressed with the growth that we've had since we started in 2020. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Isabel. Mo, are you ready to go for that? So maybe while Maud is getting set up, portion next to talk about AfNOG, and then we'll come back to Maud, who will be our second last speaker.
Thank you, Mark. Hi, my name is Portia from Flex Optics, representing AfNOG, the Southern Africa Network Operators Group. AfNOG was established in 2014. With AfNOG being a once-a-year meeting, we found it necessary to keep the industry going and to keep the people within the sub-region, the Southern African region, engaged and to keep the conversations going. AfNOG, like I said, was established in 2014. Our next meeting will be this year. It will be an in-person meeting in Cape Town, South Africa, at the end of August. We have had 8 meetings, well, 7 meetings in person with online meeting together with AIS'22 during the pandemic.
Thank you, Portia. I believe Cedric should be right next to you, no? Cedric, maybe I'll ask you to go next. About AfNOG.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cedric, and I'm here representing AfNOG. So AfNOG is the NOG for Senegal, and the story of AfNOG started somewhere in 2016 with the Internet Society chapter, local chapter, where the chapter started to be more involved into policy discussion and privacy discussion, law enforcement, and there was less and less discussion related to technical stuff. So with the technical people complaining about less space, we then started the initiative of AfNOG. So in 2017, we had the first AfNOG event, and starting with members from the Internet Society chapter. And now we are trying to build, we are still building the community. We are not yet there, but we hope that to reach a point very soon. Thank you, Mark. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Cedric. Maud, are you ready to go to introduce us to GHNOG?
You hear me? Okay. My name is Maud Ashton Elliott, representing GHNOG. And GHNOG has been instituted for a while, since July 2009, and has been involved in a lot of advocacy and making sure that all the AfNOG network training modules are taught all the time. So that's what we've been up to. And so many other things have also been, okay, now I'm on. So many other advocacies have also been undertaken all over these years. And I know most of the time, all of you hear about GHNOG, and we've been communicating and participating with all the telcos, training all the people involved, especially in the field of infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maud. I think what we'll do is I'll do two questions I wanted us to focus on immediately, and just a time to sort of combine them. So I guess to every member of the panel, and I think I'll start with you, Cedric, and then we'll move on to somebody else. So how have you dealt, with the lack of physical meetings in the last 2 years? And on the back of that, what have you been doing to maintain close contact with your individual members in your community with regards to, to the objectives of your NOG? I think, Cedric, let's start with you
there. Thank you for the question. I would say for AfNOG, it has been a struggle, especially that at that time we were still starting our activities. We had a couple of physical meetings, in-person meetings, where we were able to get few of us online. We have tried as much as possible to work with the society chapter and see if we can have some collaboration, organize some trainings. I would say that it has really been a struggle, and with people being at home, everybody working remotely. So most of the time, even when you want to get them online, they are already online on another meetings. And also the fact that there was no longer in-person meetings, it was really difficult to get people to participate. So I would say that on average, we moved from let's say around 20 to 25 people to no more than five people, something like that. So I would say that was really a struggle for us, and still do. Thank you.
Yeah, Cedric, maybe while I still have you, I think it would be the follow-on question for the rest of the panel is, what do you have in mind to sort of, I suppose, fix that, if you may?
Right now, what we are thinking of is looking at, changing our target, because previously we started with working with the chapter, the local chapter, to see if we can engage people from the chapter. But more and more, we realize that people that are more involved with the chapter have different subjects that they are interested on. So now the vision is to go and harvest somewhere else. I would say, go out there, go to universities, go to school, and see how we can get more people involved, and also look at the people that we don't usually talk to, because there is a lot of people out there that are looking for platform to learn, to share, and they have a lot of things to share. So that's what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Cedric. Maud, your thoughts on those three queries?
You've asked, how have you been putting ourselves together? Through mailing lists, using WhatsApp groups, using Telegram, and trying to update each other as often as we can. Because it's very important that it was extremely important to do that, to make sure that the people who are already part of the groups do not sway away. Now, your second question is, as an educationist, when COVID hit, you all had to move online. Now, how do you keep these people online? The idea is to have shorter and interesting courses, and in a way that they might be interested in now come back and do some physical activities to have hands-on. And we can't wait if you are not meeting. So let's rather start having shorter courses online, shorter meetings, interesting meetings. That would pep the interest of our community for us to wait until everything subsides. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe just to follow on more, and maybe the rest can also answer the same is, the Telegram and WhatsApp and Signal, have those played a big part in addition to mailing lists?
Have the question again.
No, I'm saying like Telegram and WhatsApp, have those played a big part in addition to the mailing list to keep the community alive? And I think a lot of
Yes, they have.
say the same, yeah.
Yes, they have.
Yeah.
They have been instrumental. But the idea is that it's not just being in a group, making sure that the members of the groups are updated with current issues, what is going on, new things that are coming up. And that is what is important.
Okay.
Thank you.
Joshua, I think we'll come to you for your thoughts on those questions.
Then, it's quite we tried doing this stuff. In 2020, what we tried out was having specific webinars or specific workshops that focus on and stuff. We were just entering into the pandemic, so we had the internet measuring, we had trying to see how people could get specific bandwidth. What are those bandwidths you could actually get easily? How can you still be at home and do some of the stuff? So we had specific clear objectives that we wanted to clear out. And then this was 2020, right? We never knew it was going to get to 2021. So in 2021, we now had the issue of, okay, this might be longer. So what are we going to do? Because we were almost exhausting the conversation of, how people can now affect the internet. So we came up with, let's figure out how to focus our energy into pairing. So in 2021, we were already done with having the conversation about, how do you have better internet? So let's pair within ourselves. So we now developed the pairing ecosystem together with our friends in ISPN, which is the Internet Exchange Point, and our friends in ISOC. And we came together and we're like, we want to now have the pairing ecosystem. And then we focused that in 2021 in working on the pairing forum. And at the end of the day, we had people, organizations who were actually, trying to pair with themselves. And thanks to the people in ISPN, it was able to have some of those data centers and some of the locations to being able to allow other people share their resources in not too much amount. So we started with webinars and strategic workshops, and then we ended up in encouraging the pairing ecosystem. So that's pretty much what we did in the NOG engine.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Joshua. I see Noah is actually in Mauritius. If my eyes don't see me, maybe Noah, you can give us your thoughts on how things work in Tanzania.
Hello. Thank you, Mark. So, yeah, Noah from AfNOG in Tanzania. Just to quickly say that AfNOG was formed sometime in 2012, and we had about 4 different, trainings in 4 different cities in Tanzania. However, of course, since COVID happened, in the last 3 years, we've not had any event. Though we, of course, plan to have something this year in Zanzibar, as a reboot of the previous trainings. And the challenge, of course, in terms of keeping our members or the community together the last 3 years, to be honest, it's been very quiet from the vantage point of Tanzania. And up until this year, we at least tried to reach out to a few members as Tanzania Internet Service Provider Association, which is a founding member of AfNOG. We held one training event, but of course, it is ideally one of the ways we are trying to, use to reboot again what we used to do 3 years ago before COVID happened. And we hope that this year, when we plan for the AfNOG in Zanzibar, we'll be able to meet the community and then, forge ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah. We'll come to you. Seeing as UGNOG was a pandemic-based, that should be interesting in terms of your experience. Tell us about that.
Definitely, yeah. Sorry, Mark.
No, that was Isabel, but I think she's on mute.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Mark, I was saying
it sucked for us because everybody here has gotten a feel of having a physical meeting, and we decided to start off and at a time when the pandemic had hit. So I was a bit hesitant on starting at all, because how do you build a community virtually first before you build it physically? And so we made good use and back and forth conversations with the Global NOG Alliance and the likes of Portia from AfNOG and Mark, and Kevin and Michelle from Kenya NOG on how best we would be able to execute this. And to be honest, I don't think I would have been able to pull this off without them. So we had to say, okay, we can't have people sitting for long hours. We had to bring it down from what would have been a day's meeting or 2 days meeting into 2 hours. Like Mob said, we had to make sure we have very interesting topics, interesting speakers as well. We made use of social media. I'd never used social media that much until, I could say I'm a pro now, actually. We made use of the other NOGs as well, because remember, we're trying to build a community virtually before you build one physically. Most times people build more interest in something when they know they're going to be there physically as opposed to being there virtually. And to our surprise, we had good attendance, we had good response to our call meeting. This is something that's piloted, and obviously until it ended, that the first meeting ended, I was still a little bit worried about how things are going to pan out, but so far so good. We also went ahead and had our second meeting last year, and the community has actually grown since. I'm now very curious if people will be willing to transition from a virtual to a physical community, considering the fact that it's for them virtual. So I'm very curious to see how that's going to happen.
Thank you, Isabel. Kevin, the route was not really unlocked. So tell us about how things went on your side.
So for the KNOG, we had a relatively good event in 2019, face-to-face event, well attended. I think we had close to 200 people attending. So we were sort of just at the stage of now stabilizing the NOG and having constant rate of events coming through. But then COVID came in. We had to re-strategize, see how we could maintain the engagement. We did a number of online tutorials. We tried to have one every month, which we were able to do at the beginning. But maintaining that consistency was a bit of a challenge, and also I guess there was also a bit of fatigue from the community, always doing something online. So we started to notice there was a bit of a decline in the registration and attendance. So to 2022, we did a small face-to-face gathering. So in Kenya, the COVID restrictions have been lifted. There are no masks anymore. So we did a small event in February. About 30 people attended, if I'm not mistaken. And with the committee now, we want to see how to get back to have some sort of consistency with the events. We want to listen a lot to our community. We want to find a way to really engage with the community. So we started out with WhatsApp. WhatsApp was very good with engagement. We reached the limit on WhatsApp, which was 256 users, if I'm not mistaken. So a combination of hitting that limit, and also at the time there was a couple of privacy concerns or issues with how WhatsApp was going to work moving forward. We needed to change. We moved to Signal. We have the Signal group. It is active, but not as active as WhatsApp. So that's something else which we'll need to decide, perhaps with a lot of input from the community, what to use as the engagement platform. The mailing list did not really pick up. I think instant chat groups, instant chat apps are the way to go for this sort of engagement. So On Signal, we do have a number of people registered, but the engagement is not as much as it was on WhatsApp. So with the community, with the committee and also with the community input, that's one decision we're going to have to make, how to move forward. We are very grateful to the support we got along the way. We got, we have a website hosted by Node Africa. We got a domain name from Kenik as well, and we have, even for the face-to-face event, we got physical hosting space from Angani. So the local community is really playing a role in helping grow this, and the community as well from Africa. We reached out to many friends to make presentations or share their knowledge, including yourself, Mark, as well, which we're very grateful for. So that sort of picking up that now that COVID is has less of an impact than it did before is one of the challenges we want to address this year.
Thanks, Kevin. I think maybe a follow-up, I think this will be the last one, but I'll combine it in two so to cover a couple of points. One is, I think the main concern for me, obviously, is that there's a number of new engineers coming into the scene, not just in Africa, but globally, that haven't enjoyed the social capital of meetings and NOGs and, having that physical engagement, to meet each other and create networks and so forth. I think obviously going forward now with, with hybrid or online or physical meetings all combined into one, I reckon there might be an opportunity there for us to not have that become a big issue, so we don't have the next generation missing out on that opportunity. How do you envision your NOG fixing that, or at least having plans to make that not an issue? And how does that change your vision for your NOG, next 5-10 years, if you may? I think, Portia, I'll start with you on that question.
I didn't get much of that question, but I'll try to the best of my ability to answer that.
No, sorry, if you missed it. What I want to just clarify was that for the young people that are coming up that have missed out on building a social platform on the back of COVID, not being able to enjoy these meetings, what's your vision in helping avoid that?
Okay, thank you. Well, Isabel did mention that with UGNOG having started online versus in person, one of the most
Sorry, I think we might have lost audio from Mauritius. I can see you speaking, Portia, but can't hear you. Maybe someone at tech support can help.
Do you have audio now?
Yes, we can hear you. Excellent.
Okay, I'll just carry on from where I was. I was saying with social media being such an important aspect, or youngsters being involved with social media so much. One of the things that we did with AfNOG last year was get a university student who is very active on social media to take that part of, give her that part as her responsibility, and to just get her into the community to see what we are about. So I think it's important to involve them in the things that they're interested in, and then groom them to see what the internet industry is about and what the community is about.
Thanks, Portia. Maud, do you want to take that one on as well from your side?
Thank you. For the future, for Ghana currently, there's a plan to organize a physical GHNOG in August, and also to update some of the modules that has been ongoing. Few things we have been doing with our community is to always do some research to update the needs. We do some needs assessment. You need to know what the community needs, and you satisfy the needs of the community. That is what would encourage them to stick with you. So each time, at least every 6 months, we go back and talk to the community. Are we on course? Is the feedback okay? Are these the kind of advocacy, or this is the kind of knowledge we want to have? So that's what we do. So when we do that, I guess that the future is bright. The future is bright. But we have a fiscal GA in August. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You heard it here, guys. It's GH known in August or September, you said? August. Okay, excellent. Kevin, from your side, what are you looking at for Kenya going forward?
The NOG itself, we're hoping to increase our outreach, make more people aware that there's a platform here to get assistance, to get knowledge, share your knowledge as well. We are very grateful to the help we got from AfNOG when we were just starting up as engineers, myself, and that's how when myself and other experts who used to go to train at the AfNOG workshops, like Simon, we were like, so how can we bring this to a local level so that the engineers who are coming up get assistance? So it's one thing we want to increase outreach, finding a way to find the engineers where they are, have them learn what's going on, what's needed in the real world when it comes to technology and finding solutions. There's a lot of expertise locally, and one of the main goals of KNOG is to provide that platform that if you are knowledgeable in something, you can share your knowledge with others, and that's how we all get to be better at what we do, by sharing our knowledge. So we want to ramp up our outreach. The plan this year will be to go back to the community, assess the needs, find a way to collect that information, have a very good platform for engagement, whether it's going to be instant chat or the mailing list. We'll see what's going to work best, and then from there plan something out for 2022. But that will involve some sort of face-to-face events, and we'll be happy to share that with the AfNOG team once that's available, because we are very fortunate for having AfNOG, especially myself when learning the ropes. So that's something we want to extend to the local community as well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think we can all agree that AfNOG really did make an impression on the continent, as it continues to do. Noah, from your side, just south of Kenya, what are you looking at for Tanzania?
So, like I said earlier, the past 3 years, we decided not to do anything. For the context of Tanzania, even for social media and things like that, we basically decided to just pause. And now that physical meetings are back, we are planning a reboot of TZNOG. We've seen appetite. One of the founding members of TZNOG, which is TISPA, started running some workshops the second quarter, and the first quarter and the second quarter of this year. And we are seeing a lot of appetite, not only from the service provider ecosystem, but also, of course, from the academia, because TZNOG founding members come from academia, the Tertiary Education Institute network, and of course we have the ISPs, the government, and the Network Information Center. So for the last year and even this year, we started seeing appetite for real physical meetings coming back. Everybody is asking for that real human interaction away from the social. This is what we want to do, and this is why we chose that, for the training this year, we're going to reboot it. We're going to Zanzibar, and that is where we're going to have our trainings and resume the capacity building aspect of TZNOG, and run a couple of workshops this year, and then move forward from there. So I think it's a good sign for us, since the appetite is there, and most of us have missed each other. Like, we've missed meeting, people have missed really that whole concept of eating together, drinking together, training, and talking together about a wide range of things, and this is what we are aiming for TZNOG. And of course, we welcome anyone. We'll announce this as usual on the AfNOG list, SAFNOG list, and welcome those who will be willing to come and attend TZNOG. So that is the plans we are having for this year. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much. No, I think, Joshua, is it safe to say that in Nigeria we have missed eating and drinking with each other? What are your plans out there?
So the fun part about this is Nigeria, like this, it's like the house of other dogs, like the house. Every other dog kind of look up to us, so it's good. This year we have quite a lot of things to do. We doing the usual stuff we do, which is the AfNOG conference, which will happen in October 26th. We would also this time around have the first fiscal NGP, which will be the Nigerian Peering Interconnection Forum, which will happen a day before, which is the 25th. And from what we have learned from the lockdown and also what we have learned from the pandemic, we want to have a hackathon. And this we are doing to be kind of like say, you know what, you've not done quite a lot of jobs in the last 2 years, so let's come put it to use. And we do that with some students and some of the educational institutions that will be coming for the event, and we try to see how we can be able to work to figure out solutions in the network environment that we want to solve. And we also would have like some Diplo hackathons from AfNOG. We have some other side events that will form as workshops to be able to get our participants up to date. We believe this year will be progressive for us. It will also be a nice time to see some of the faces we haven't seen in a long time. But for us, we also want it to be a time where we go back to what we have done when we are not able to see ourselves and see how we can make some of those dreams a reality, pretty much. So we're inviting anyone who's available from the 24th to the 27th of October to come over to Nigeria and join us in the AfNOG.
Excellent, thank you, Joshua. Cedric, I think we'll close off with you. I haven't been to Dakar since after 2004. Give me a reason, give us a reason. I just want to come, I don't even need a reason. What are you guys looking at out there for SN?
Mark, I will say that when I listen to my fellow panelists, I will say that AfNOG can be seen as a failure because we were not really able to take off, and same goes for some of those who dropped along the line when we started. But for me, I would say that AfNOG is still a story ongoing, and we really hope to see you soon in Senegal, Mark. And also something that we realize is that not being on social media has been a big challenge for us. We tried to use the classic media, being on WhatsApp, but we actually realized that this is not enough. We need to go further. We need to do more. We need to go to new target. And also we have discovered that some people need to be phased out. People like me, I'm too old now. And we need more new blood. And
yes,
and this is actually something that
we have been. They're old now, but yeah, I agree with you. We need new blood. Carry on.
Yes, we need new blood like Dr. Nee to join us. and we need more young people like him to come and join us, to make the NOG work. I think that one of the struggle is that people, yes, we are really missing that in-person touch, because that's where, that warm. And we are in Africa. In Africa, we like to see each other. We like to smile to each other. We want to hug each other despite the COVID. And we are looking forward to change things, to be more active on the social media, to building our platform and hoping to touch more people, touch youngsters, but also the older people that are already present. Because NOG, after all, NOG, it's not about just people coming and sitting and listening. It's about people sharing. It's about people laughing together, joking together, and at the end of the day, making internet a better world for all of us. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. And look, I mean, Cedric, you have a lot of experience around you. Portia is next to you. Noah is next to you. You've got Kevin, Josh, Maud, Isabel. You know, a lot of people to draw on to develop SNOG. But remember, it's not a failure. It's just one step closer to the goal. So think about it that way. But yeah, I mean, look, I just want to say thank you very much to the panelists. We're just slightly over time, about 8 minutes. So at this point, I'd just like to, you know, say a big thank you to all the panelists telling us about your experiences, and thank you to AIS for, you know, helping to put this together and just, you know, give the community a sense of where things are at. And it seems like the internet is not only alive and well, but it has a bright future in the form of these young people. Me and Cedric, yeah, we've done our time. It's time to go. But no, we are really hopeful that things are looking good. And again, thank you for making time for the panel. And we hope to see you again somewhere soon. Thank you.
A round of applause, a better one for Nog. Thank you very much, our panelists and Mark Tinker, for taking us through this session. It was nice, right? It felt like home. And we look forward to having more of these meetings where we see each other. They've said sight is important, touch is important, hugs is important. We can't wait for this. Thank you all. So at this point, I will welcome Rpki to take us through a session titled Sharing Free Threat Intelligence. The speakers who are present can come to the stage. Over to you, Amrish.
Thank you, Suzanne. So welcome everyone to the lightning talks of this evening. We have 5 talks today, starting with our friend from Shadow Server. He's going to talk about sharing free threat intelligence. So we please welcome Peter Kievsky. Are you here? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So okay. Go ahead. Thank you.
Great, thank you. You can see my slides as well, right? Okay, 10 minutes isn't much, but okay, I'll do my best very quickly. So my name is Peter Kievsky, and I'm here to talk about the free threat intelligence feeds that we offer for the internet community, feeds that we can offer also to the African internet community. Most importantly, they're free and they're relevant to what's happening on your network. I'm not going to talk about myself much. I come from the operational security community. I was previously the head of the Polish National CSIRT, and I'm currently the CEO of the Shadow Server Foundation, which is a nonprofit that aims to make the internet more secure for everyone. We are a nonprofit. We don't sell anything. Everything we do, we give away for free. We are funded by grants, sponsorships, or at cost project work. We have been doing this for 15 years, and we are basically there to try to help you, make you aware of problems in your network. And how do we do that? We do that by collecting a lot of data at scale. We collect many data sets. We scan the internet. Basically, we scan over 100 different protocols every single day, and collect responses from hundreds of millions of services every single day. And we look for misconfigurations, vulnerabilities, which we then share with you. We also take over botnet command and control infrastructure, so essentially malware command and control infrastructure, which we point to our own infrastructure, which gives us visibility into infections, malware infections, both from cybercrime actors and from more sophisticated APT operators. We see these in your networks, and we share these as well. We operate lots of honeypots, which are resources that basically sit in a passively and listen for incoming connections, and they're very good at picking up various IoT threats, as well as attacks against exposed assets, such as firewalls, VPN services, web services, etc. We also collect malware at scale, essentially 1 million unique malware by hash every single day. So this is a very big malware repository. And all of this makes up around 12 petabytes of data that we have in our data center. And every day we share this with around 7,000 organizations worldwide. Anybody that has any address space assigned to them can get our data, or a national government can get our data for the whole country. And we also support law enforcement activities around the world. This is how our data center looks like in California. It's pretty big, 1,300 servers and quite a lot of storage for a small nonprofit. So these are our public benefit services. Our data feed is basically what I really want to concentrate on today. They are free, they are actionable, and they arrive every day. So if you really want to have a good overview of what somebody else from the outside sees about your network in terms of problems or infections, you can just subscribe to our feeds and get them for free daily. We also support cybersecurity capability building, which is also a project we are doing also in Africa and also around the world. Currently, with the support of the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, we're also helping expand our services, our free services in Africa. So most importantly, we have everything we offer is free. Various forms of access is possible, like through an API, which can help you automate and use your processes, optimize your processes as you see fit. So just to give you a general overview of what type of threat intelligence we offer, well, there are many different types of threat intelligence. Technical, operational, tactical, strategic. We focus on technical threat intelligence, which is essentially indications of specific malware, exploitation attempts, or attack surface exposure. This is our core daily offering. So this is very low level raw data. We also use this data to support law enforcement operations, which is maybe worth mentioning as well, because the data from these law enforcement operations has in the past also made its way to our free feed. So if you hear of the latest operations by the FBI or Europol, typically we have the data for this, and we are used as a sharing dissemination channel around the world. So you can get all the latest and greatest information on threats from us there. And this is an example of the various biggest operations we have taken part in, like the SolarWinds hacks, TrickBot, Emotet. We do a lot of work with ransomware. Log4j, we're one of the premier sources of information about the Log4j data. Microsoft Exchange last year. And all of this is being also applied, thanks to the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, also more and more to Africa. We can collaborate with you on taking down threats as well. We have our own special purpose registrar accredited with ICANN that serves just for that purpose, register malicious domains, malicious assets, so that they cannot be used by cyber criminals. So this is another aspect of our operations. But again, the feeds is really what we would like all of you to subscribe. Again, it's free. Each feed is tailored to the specific problem that it reports, and we have currently over 85 of these different feeds, essentially, that you can subscribe to, and each one describes a different problem. They are all in CSV files or JSON format, depending on what you prefer. Easily parsable, and tools exist to help you automate all of this. And our role here is kind of like very central to the community. That is, we work with national CSIRTs, ISPs, any network owners, any companies that own a network, from an enterprise to an SME that have an IP assignment of any kind. you can easily collaborate with us and get data from us. Our data feeds, event contents are very technical, timestamps, IP addresses, port numbers, URLs, domains, malware hashes, tags, and other meta information, information that can really be used by your security engineers to essentially immediately to apply to their networks and hopefully remediate or mitigate the threat. To give you an idea of the problems we see globally, on an everyday basis. So we see over 80 million open or vulnerable services per day on average seen globally in our scans. So these are ones that have some kind of problem. And we see 2.5 million infected IP addresses per day on average in our sinkholes. And this is what we see for Africa, essentially up to 1.8 million open or vulnerable services per day on average in Africa in our scans. And nearly 500,000 infected IP addresses per day on average in Africa sinkhole data. So there is quite a lot of stuff to clean up also in Africa. To give you an idea of the scale also of operations from a tipping perspective, you can see here countries highlighted in green where the national government is data for a whole country. As you can see, there are some areas of the world much better covered than others. Africa is actually getting greener and greener, but if you're affiliated with the national government, we're always happy to share data for your country with you. And these are our direct report recipients.
You have 2 more minutes.
Okay, so
is that fine?
Essentially, yeah, that's well, I have to deal with that. These are essentially entities that get our data directly. So you can see here that there are lots of entities that own a network, especially in South Africa, Kenya, and a bit in Mauritius that actually get our data, but there's lots of improvements here in Africa. And this is by AIS, Autonomous Systems in Africa. The ones in green get our data. So there's quite a lot of improvements outside of, especially of South Africa, in Africa in general. And yeah, and since I have just 2 minutes more, just to, I'll skip a few slides and give you an overview of how you can subscribe. You can go to our website, www.shadowserver.org, and in the top right corner, there is a subscribe to reports button. You click on it, and you can just fill it in, and we verify if you are who you are, and we give you so basically just some essentially key takeaways. We aim to raise the bar. Ingesting our feeds gives you a better idea of what's exposed out there in your network. It does not require significant investment. Enables additional awareness and understanding of what's happening in your constituency. It helps you build better with others similar-minded in the community that can help you together to improve study. So here are my contact details, and if you're interested, really reach out.
Somewhere on a laptop. Thank you. This is for your presentation. Sorry, we had to rush you because of time. So do we have questions? If not, I have a question for you. So do you make your data available to the public at large, or do we need to be a subscriber to your organization to have access to your data?
Well, to have access to our data, to the raw data, you have to get it directly. You only get it for your network, right? So you can get it directly, only data that's relevant to you. In some cases, for research projects, if there is a good framework for the project, we do share more data with some researchers. That's also possible under some circumstances. A lot of the data actually is also going to be published in statistics in our new dashboard that's also coming up. But these are high-level statistics, not raw data.
Okay. There's one question in the queue coming.
Hello. Amrish, can I?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, my name is Alain Ayina. So I want to know if how many honeypot you have hosted inside Africa.
Inside Africa, I think we have quite a few now. Possibly, well, at least 50 or more in Africa. I can come up with the exact numbers maybe later, but I think there's over 50 currently at least, and that's for sensors, right? So it's not actual honeypots, but for sensors, and sensors have a couple of IPs, so there may be over maybe 120 or something, or more honeypots in reality. Many of them, however, in South Africa. Then the rest are focused in Kenya and Nigeria and maybe Ghana. So we are always looking for more countries and more locations to host if possible, and if you're interested.
Okay. That's great. I think you can also work with the research and educational network in Africa. That these would be a great place to start and expand your network of hosts. Good. Thank you very much. We shall move to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Round of applause. So our next speaker is Mamodi Madisa, who is going to talk about preconditions for the development of an open data platform for Botswana. Is Mamodi online? Hi, Mamodi. Can you hear us? You're muted.
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible.
Thanks.
So you can share your screen if you have slides. Okay.
Am I still connected?
We can hear you, but we cannot see your slides.
Yeah, because
maybe the team can project the slides and we do next slide.
Yes, yeah, I think maybe they could do that because my
PC
PC seems to have frozen even at the moment. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, we can see your slide now. Just say next slide for us to change the slide. So you have 15 minutes. Thank you. Mamedi, are you still there? I proxy for him, yeah. I'll proxy on Friday. So how about if we move to the next one? Do we have our presenter for the first Open IXP in Central Africa online? Then we can swap the presentations. Willie?
Can you hear me?
Hello, hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Willie.
Good.
I thought you were on site.
No, sorry, I am not on site today. So good afternoon, everyone. I guess you can see the slide, right? Okay, good. So I will talk about a new internet exchange point in Central Africa. As you can see in the slide, that is the first one, which is open, which have an open access, and I will present you why and how. So little bit of context. So this new IXP is located in Cameroon, in Douala, one of the main cities in Cameroon. The physical facilities are provided by ST Digital, one network operator based in Douala, mostly a data center operator. And the Internet Exchange Point started its operation in October 2021. And we also recorded the first members in November 2021. So why $EX, you will ask me? At least 3 network operators willing to peer on the same facilities. That was one of the main purpose. You also have committed folks. You have some guys who are willing to do some stuff, do some hacking, design network, and also help interconnect network together using best current practices. And at the minimum, we consider at $EX that we are actually manners compliant, and this is the strict minimum. And you also have every services available at the same time in V4 and IPv6. We do not know what is NAT44. There is no private IPv4 address in the network. Actually, it's only for the management network, it's 100% IPv6 only. So we rely on well-known free and open source software, and we strive to be open and transparent. So we also have friendly upstream. I already talked about ST Digital, but we also have Hurricane Electric. Then I think you can see the graphs. So in terms of service, one of the first one you have here is there is the one NTP server available in the pool, the NTP pool. So actually, it's unfortunately it's the only one you will find in Cameroon, and yes, in Cameroon at the same time IPv4 and IPv6. That's the first one, and what you see here is just some graphs. Actually, the graph of yesterday that I just pulled from NTP pool, and also you can see some usage here. Okay, other network operators in other countries will tell me it's not big, but for us at least it's a start. As you can see, this is the consumption. And we also have a RIP Atlas Anchor. It's a software one. Of course, it's with a RIP NCC, this one. And the ID is 7050, as you can see. Again, at the same time available for V4 and V6. And we already recorded a lot of measure, UDM measure. People using Atlas, Anchor, and also probes know what I'm talking about. And we are also in the process to host a DNS F-root node with the ISC guys, and it's a work in progress, as you can see. I think the only part is from ISC. They have to just check if everything is okay, and then you will see the nodes based in Cameroon, Douala also request reply to queries sent by people in the closer network. Then what else? We have, of course, a looking glass for the members themselves. It's a simple one, but based on OpenBGPT, and as you can see. And what you see here is just some members and also the peering status. The BGP summary we have actually. You will notice that we provision IP addresses for several members that have not yet activated the link, but we hope that they will do that in the future. And then also we have, as many exchange points right now, we have a GT instance that you can also use yourself if you want. We have a LibreSpeed instance if you want to test your internet bandwidth. Of course, this is only between $IX and your points. So the data you will get, it depends on your location and based on your measuring from $EX and your location. For now, we are only providing 100 MB per port for the moment, but we hope in the future we'll have more capacity. But I think the most important is at least we can start, and based on the consumption and the usage, we'll have more capacity. And of course, we have also more services in the long term. Now, on what does it run? I told you that we are using in $X free and open source software. So everything we have is based on FOSS software. We have FRR routers in the management network, OpenBSD as a route server, and we build the configuration using a tool, a script called a route server. I guess some of you already know that script. It's a very powerful script, and we use that to build the configuration that you can see at that page. We also have a Joule as NAT64 gateway. I told you the management network relies on 100% on IPv6, and we have a mix of Unbound, Bind9, Power DNS to manage everything related to DNS, be it for the resolution or authoritative function, and of course the DNS64. Underneath, we are using KVM as the hypervisor, and we only have one physical server to host all the virtual machines that we are using right now for the IXP. How to become a member? Right now, the membership is free of charge. So we are willing to host more members in the exchange point. And how to contact us? You have the contact, the email address. You can locate the exchange point on Peering DP and even on Twitter. With that, I'm done. If there are questions, comment, remark.
Thank you, Willie. That's a very nice and encouraging presentation about how some motivated people are getting an IXP together. A big round of applause for all the efforts people like you are putting in the community. Do we have questions for Willie?
Yes. Bonjour Willie, merci pour ta présentation. J'ai une question.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question. What are the conditions to cooperate with the others that are mentioned in your presentation? Are there any conditions for collaboration?
Okay, so the collaboration with the other IXP. Okay, first of all, I'm not the only one, even though I'm speaking today. I'm just talking, but there are a lot of people behind what has been done. And right now, the exchange point is open, and we also collaborate with the other one, like, for instance, the first one, Camix. And I know that the data center, which is hosting $EX, is also willing to also become a member of Camix so that they have more interconnection across the cities and across the countries. So I would say that it's open. For $EX, I think it was the first time to at least get it known by the whole internet community that there is another one. But the most important is, first of all, to build, let's say, for the local needs. There were local needs. That's why you have $X. But $X is always willing to collaborate with other exchange points.
Noah.
Yeah, well, mine is just a comment. Congratulations on the the right way forward. I think if I remember, ISOC had a plan of basically ensuring that we work on keeping traffic local in Africa, and they had this 10-year strategy where they indicated that we aim for the 80-20 strategy, so that by 2020 we would at least have most of the traffic in Africa localized. And I think when we see new IXPs emerging like this, it's a good step forward. And I would like to welcome you to reach out to some of us who have been running IXPs for quite some time, pretty much almost 20 years. In case you need any support, Tanzania ISP Association will be able to render support to you. But congratulations, and I think it's a good thing that you're doing out there.
Thank you. Thank you for all the team as well.
Thank you, Willie. So
I saw a question in the chat. I can quickly answer that one, Amrish. Okay. Grégoire Eomi is asking if we are planning to have a local copy of root server from AfNOG. Actually, the plan for $EX is to have an instance of all the root servers as much as possible. When it's feasible, that's the plan.
Okay. Good. Maybe a question from me, Willie. So how are you thinking, or how are you guys thinking of expanding the IX in terms of the number of the number of ISPs, or the number of peers, and your sustainability model as well? How do you think over the years this will work out?
Okay. So for you talk about $EX, right? Only $EX.
Yeah, dollar.
Okay. 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 So for this one, of course, I know each extension has its own particularity, but for this one, first of all, we wanted to start from, let's say, our own commitment, our own resources, using our own resourcing, ensure that we can do something. That's why you see we are working with ISC to have the DNS root server. There is also another one with Rpki, the K root server. And what we plan is to get those resources available locally in the internet exchange point, so that members are willing to, let's say, network operators, big network operators, even small network operators, because actually in Douala, you have a lot of small network that can also interconnect directly to that exchange point. So, and that exchange point is also located in one data center, and that data center also have several customers. And those customers, in the meantime, are willing to also interconnect to the exchange point. So that's why we see, this is how we see the needs, and also we see how in the future it will become more and more relevant for local people to interconnect into the exchange point. And the presentation we are doing today also a way to share to the internet community as a whole that they can also come, and because we did something and we want to see that we are not joking, and I think they will find that we are serious, and maybe some other people from outside Cameroon will also think that, okay, this is a good exchange point where we can come and also have traffic with local network. That's why.
Thank you, Willie. A round of applause for Willie. Thank you very much. So we will move to our next presentation, which is going to be about connecting the unconnected and underserved to digital opportunities. He is our presenter online.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you share your screen?
I think I shared my presentation, so it will be run from your side.
Okay.
Yes.
So we will project it on the screen here. Just a moment. It is coming up. There we go. So Nazarius, welcome. So you have 15 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I greet my fellow Africans and everybody who is working for Africa Internet in the room and online. My name is Nazarius Kirama, aka Naza. And today I'll be speaking about connecting the unconnected. And basically what we are doing, we are working to be able to help connect people on the ground. Can we go to the next slide, please? So basically what we are addressing challenges that we have in Tanzania, which is part of the global challenges. I think we are all aware that almost half of the world's population is not online. So we are addressing the connectivity, not just for the sake of connectivity, but to be able to connect people online meaningfully. So we are focusing on several areas, including schools and the smallest units of government, health centers, and etc. For example, if you look into the issue of schools, we have about 24,500 schools in Tanzania, but less than 1% of them actually have some form of internet. And local government, in terms of the smallest units, we have 99.8, which are not connected to broadband internet. What we have done is actually trying to turn challenges into opportunities, and we have been experimenting about the issues around community network since 2018, and we came up with a project called Tanzania Digital Inclusion Program, which is split into several projects, including internet for schools and creating digital innovation hubs for women and young people. Next slide, please. So we envision to connect about 16.22 million people to digital opportunities through broadband internet access in the next 10 years, as well as providing essential digital skills to around 500 youth and women in over 10 years. And with that, we believe that with what we have done at the pilot, we can be able to really scale this to our regions in Tanzania. Next slide. So within that period, we aim to provide e-learning digital skills to 60,000 teachers in 10 years. And we also aim to create about 169 digital district women and youth innovation hubs as incubator for women and youth innovators, and a one-shop center for everything digital. I would like to stress one thing a little bit, because we believe that connectivity should go with promoting content, local content, and monetization, as well as digital transformation. So that's why you will find that the project is basically a combination of important areas of digital transformation, connectivity, as well as the issue of innovation as well as incubation for young people who have great ideas to be able to turn those ideas into businesses. So basically, the innovation hubs will provide the young people who do not have access a space where they can be able to work on their applications and solutions online, so that they can be able to monetize and actually reduce poverty in their families. Next slide, please. So I would like to share some of the outcome of the project Tanzania Digital Inclusion Program. So far, we have been able to connect around 300 members of Kigamboni Blue Community Network, and the number is growing. Number two, we have been able to connect around 5 schools, and they are now actually enjoying broadband internet access to download digital education materials. And the good thing is that they can now be able to access National Digital Library, National Digital Education Library, which is actually maintained by the Tanzania Institute of Education. Number three, we have managed for the first time in Tanzania to connect the smallest units of local government. All these offices do not have any broadband internet access, but we have been able to show the way that it is possible to be able to connect the smallest units of government, so they can be able to also access critical, government documentations from the internet. Number four, we have created one Women and Youth Innovation Hub, and also we have, like I said, had the infrastructure which is connecting the unconnected. Next slide, please. The technology that we're using actually is based on unlicensed frequencies, and we are also using the fiber backhaul into the infrastructure site. And the model that we are using, I think you will see it in the next 1 minute or so. Those are the technologies that we are using to be able to connect the unconnected. Next slide, please. The kind of sustainable model that we believe can be able to connect people to the internet is actually what we are doing. We are buying wholesale broadband packages from the telcos, and then we are using cooperative cost sharing method, where you have, like, say 100 members of the community network sharing the cost. So we are basically taking the wholesale package and slice it in terms of cost. So everybody who is participating in the community network can be able to share the cost at a very minimum cost. They can be able to afford broadband internet access. They can download any content that they want, and and share, and so on and so forth. So you will find that there is a mathematics for it. It's already there, where N is when you have a ready infrastructure. And we would like to thank the ISOC Foundation for actually giving us the grant to be able to provide to to be able to do the project. Sorry, I think somebody was calling. I'm just trying to turn off my phone. So basically, what we have done through the community network arrangement is that the community network, comprised of members, and we, as Internet Society, brought in the infrastructure, and we are actually now, based on the data that we've been collecting over the 6 months period, we are now in a position to say that we can give any advice for replication anywhere in Africa. And also we are positioned to be able to scale whenever we have funding available. Next slide. So as you can see, the photo, it's called the Kigamboni Women and Youth Innovation Hub. It's part of the Tanzania Digital Inclusion Program. And inside the container, we have the infrastructure that is connecting, various schools, health center, community center, as well as a police station. So all the community institutions around the area are being connected to broadband internet access through the infrastructure that is actually housed in this container. So basically, that is the access point. One last thing I would like to say is that the community network arrangement is one of the prescription to be able to connect the unconnected in the continent of Africa, and I think elsewhere where there is an issue of internet access. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you, Nazarius. A round of applause for Nazarius. Thanking you for setting the right example on how grassroots connectivity can help bridge the gap, the digital divide. And really congratulations on all the efforts that you are providing, you and your team providing ground up to connect the rest of the African population which is still left unconnected. Do we have, yes, I see Christian on the mic.
Yeah, thank you. Congratulations. My name is Christian Bope. I really like your model where you have N, which is the really infrastructure, right? But the question on basic is on the sustainability of your model, right? Which is perfect. But now my question is, because that model depends on N, right? Which is the number of infrastructure, ready infrastructure. The question now will be, what is the cost of setting up that infrastructure for a given site?
Well, the cost depends on the equipment as well as for example, we had to buy a container because we couldn't be able to build a building in that area. So the infrastructure put up, I think what we have spent is 40,000 US dollars that we have spent so far. Could be less, because it depends. Maybe if you have a school that has a room, you can house that infrastructure there and do away with buying the containers and such other stuff.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? No. Yes. One question.
Hello, good evening. It's not a question. I want to commend the contribution or the presentation that has been presented to us by Mr. Kirama. I was just trying to see the statistics that was provided earlier about the penetration, school coverage, and so forth. As I remember in the government documents, the internet penetration is now 49%. And the directive of the government is to reach at least 80% broadband penetration by 2025. And the initiative for school connectivity has been an initiative that has been made by the President Office, local government and the regional administration in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. Following on that, as how we have gained, Tanzania is just struggling to bridge the gap between connected and unconnected, underserved, and that remote areas. I have just interested with the Kigambon initiative that you have started, and I would like to make a call for you so that we can just rectify our data that we have gone so far. As how you may be aware that the government has already developed the national broadband strategy, which is now in use, and the project for the fiber backbone has been going now to the last mile. The issue is to connect the household so that to ensure that every household is being connected. So I commend for the initiative that you have made, but we should have to correct this data. But because I understand that this data will go online through maybe AfNOG or AfNOG, then to make the statistics clear, we have to.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kirama.
Thank you. So
Thank you. I think what I've done, I've shared my email on the
Thank
chat.
you very much, Nazarius. So we should move to the next one, which is from Tracy Faustin. She is an international project and research management coordinator of the Secretary of the Internet and Jurisdictional Policy Network, and she's going to talk about cross-border digital policies for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you see me?
Hi, Tracy. Yes, we can see you. We can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you. I'll just share my slides now.
Yes, we can see your slide. You can proceed.
Great. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank you all, thank you organizers at AfriNIC for this timely conference and for inviting me to present today. By way of introduction, my name is Tracy Sinkamba Faustin, and I am the International Research and Project Management Coordinator here at the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network, and working on a project for the Africa Regional Status Report on cross-border digital policies for Africa. So I'm based here in Paris, France, born in Toronto, Canada, and of Guyanese and Zambian parentage. So in all the languages of my background, bonjour, hello, and mulibonji. So before I get into my presentation, I actually wanted to introduce you a little bit to the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network. And I'll move on to my next slides. Since 2020, INJ, or Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network, unites an ever-growing community of key actors from the government, from companies, technical operators, civil society, and academia, and also international organizations who care about the future of cross-border internet, and ultimately about the future of our digital society. So together, this community serves to strive and enhance the legal interoperability with several initiatives in cyberspace and through innovative pathways. I'm going to try to move between all of my slides right here. So, so this gives you a visual representation of some of the stats of our stakeholders and countries that are involved in our network. And our mission at the INJ is threefold. And it is to inform the debates, to enable evidence-based policy innovation. So basically, fighting for information, to fight against information overload. Also to connect stakeholders, to build trust and coordination among actors. And three is to advance concrete solutions to move towards legal interoperability. We have three main activities at the Internet and Jurisdiction, which includes our policy programs on data and jurisdiction, content and jurisdiction, domains and jurisdiction. We also have knowledge mutualization. And the last is the data initiative. And the data initiative and all of our programs and activities can be found on our website, www.internetjurisdiction.net. One of my colleagues online might be able to share all these links in the chat function, but if not, then I will be sharing them at the end of my presentation. So moving on swiftly, knowledge mutualization is where I will spend most of my time talking about the cross-border digital policies for Africa, which is where it falls under. So we formally launched the project on the 4th of November in 2021. And the purpose is to conduct a broad mapping exercise of the rapidly expanding digital policy field in Africa. So transnational or cross-border dimensions are critical, both for indispensable cooperation across the continent, but also to ensure that the voice of African actors is duly taken into account in policies adopted in other parts of the world that often impact Africa. And so in that perspective, we plan to produce an Internet and Jurisdiction in the African Union Regional Status Report, which showcases these trends and initiatives and the different actors. This will also inform about regional developments for the future, editions of what we have as the Global Status Report of the Internet and Jurisdiction, which is a standard setting global mapping initiative of cross-border legal challenges on the Internet. And as mentioned before, you can find all of these reports and more information about our activities on our website. We had organized 2 knowledge dialogue workshops for the cross-border project with digital policy experts from Africa, but also internationally. And these workshops were organized to allow for an open dialogue among participants. And the following key objectives was to bring together the relevant experts and practitioners from Africa in a safe space where we could have these discussions with mutual respect, innovative approaches and also explore innovative approaches. The other objective was also to gather input on upcoming trends and challenges and sort of frame the most relevant questions, because as we know, no solution can be found if problems are not properly framed from the onset as problems people have in common rather than problems that they have with each other. So what emerged from these discussions are 4 categories of questions which need further analysis. So number 1, should countries without the prerequisites for data centers, such as capital, sustainable climate, reliable electrical power, high-speed data connections, and the like, partner with other African countries to effectively create continental infrastructure? Number two category of question was on harmonization and the focus on harmonization, the objectives for that, for the continent in order to create developmentally driven common digital market. Number three was regarding the trust environment and value creation from data. How can the objective of data protection and public value creation from both personal and non-personal data be aligned? Lastly, how can African actors influence global governance agendas and outcomes in the interests of the continent, and specifically to ensure that the realization of the global digital public goods, what opportunities are there for development of the data value creation? So workshop participants stemming from the African continent, as well as other global regions, had discussed several themes. And of those themes, the nature of data, as I mentioned, data value extraction and data value creation. So there was data governance, collaboration, stakeholder interests, harmonization, interoperability, regional outcomes, and integration. Taxation was also one of them. Implementation, economic or distributive, justice, language, capacity building, trust, public awareness, data protection, and African agency. So this is about building a community of policy actors to shape common understanding of those challenges and opportunities. And so the findings from these workshops will directly feed into the report, which will be one of the final products from this project, this process. And I've included here a timeline whereby you can see how the project will be progressing. And we're actually in phase 3 at the moment, which I'll explain to you in a moment, and which includes what we have as the data collection. So on the occasion of the African Internet Governance Forum, we will be hosting a data collection event on the 19th of July in Lilongwe, Malawi. If you are interested in contributing to the status report, you can find a link which either has been shared in the chat function in the chat box, or I will share it afterwards. And let us know if you would be interested in contributing to the report, and also to attend our event at the African Internet Governance Forum, which is from the 19th to the 21st of July. We encourage as many stakeholders from across the continent to participate, and we hope to see you there either in person or online, as it is a hybrid event. And lastly, I wanted to share with you here that these are some of the information on how to get in contact with us. And you can also contact me directly. Again, I will share in the chat box my direct information. And hopefully, yes, we will see you at the African IGF for the data collection. And I'm looking forward to connecting with you as many of you as possible, and would like to say in the 3 languages again that are from my background: merci, thank you, and zikomo.
Thank you very much, Tracy, for this presentation. We look forward to collaborating with you at IGF, at the African IGF, and further along, and wish you luck for your research project. Do we have a question? One in the queue from Serge.
Merci beaucoup et merci à vous, Tracy, pour la qualité de votre présentation et ce que.
Thank you, Tracy, for the high quality of your presentation and for the work you have done. If I understood correctly, could you please explain what is the status of the different legislation and what are the impacts per states. That's what I was expecting from your presentation.
English, it would be easier for me. So the harmonization of laws and we have a team of researchers that are working on mapping the landscape and framing the questions regarding on the different levels of data readiness where countries are. And so that exercise is ongoing, and we are looking for as much as possible for contributors to this report and to feeding us with this information so that we can fill in the gaps of what is missing. And if you are at all interested in being a contributor, I would definitely be interested in having a further conversation with you. And I also failed to mention that following the report that we produce, there will be learning modules that are developed. And I think this ties nicely with what Nazarius was sharing with us earlier. And I'd like to have a conversation with how what you've developed, the modules you've developed, and have a conversation on that in the future. So I hope that has answered your question. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Tracy. Yeah, we look forward to reading your report in the near future, and I hope you will present your results in one of our next meetings. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Tracy, please.
Thank you.
So we have come to the end of the lightning talks session, and it is now time for closing. Should I invite Christian and Dr. Ni as well?
Thank you, Amrish. Well, thank you all for making time. We had a very good discussion. Although we are running out of time, maybe if there is anyone has a question or maybe something to discuss which was not covered during the discussion, just feel free to come to the mic and then raise your point, and then we can discuss like for 1 minute, and then I will give the floor to Professor Ni for the closing remark. Yeah, Daniel, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Daniel Nangaka from Uganda. I just have a couple of issues regarding to IPv6 and IPv4. And we've been having this immense drive of IPv6 adoption since 1998. And we want to address the shortfall of the running IPv4 addresses, because clearly all other regions have run out of these addresses. We all know that. But still here in Africa, we still have those address blocks. So the challenge is that the enterprise uptake of IPv6 is also low. So why can't some of these enterprises begin to put up infrastructure for the deployment of IPv6? Previously, my brother Noah mentioned that the devices that we are having here in Africa are supporting IPv4. But then also when it comes to the policy adoption of Africa, we find that most of the policies that come up, we are speaking about IPv4 into IPv4 transfer policy. Why can't we begin to shift our minds towards speaking about things like IPv6 adoption? So we have here a potential risk. And what is this risk? Is the NAT. So my question will also go forward is that what is the risk of the NAT to the IPv6 deployment. So, and this deployment of IPv6 is taking longer than usual because as Africa, we have this chain of growth and development in the internet technologies. But then you find that other regions still have a connectivity problem. And to be able to reach out more, even the rural areas where I come from, you'll find that just a basic layman is still holding a small device that even has a challenge in running IPv4. Before I conclude, just to bring up the members to speed, is that we skipped something called the IPv5. IPv5 was an internet stream protocol, which was laid out before the IPv6. And so it uses IPv4.
Daniel, can you just summarize because we are running out of time? Thank you.
Do we still have to continue advocating for IPv6 before we fully utilize the capacity of IPv4? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Alan?
Oh, yeah, yes, this is Alan Aina. Okay, I'm not going to talk about the IP, but I'm going to talk about the Rpki. So from what you presented today, when I look at the timing you collected, and based on the fact that AfriNIC is not yet doing what you call the delegated, so we may end up going above the 1 hour, which I see in that internet draft on the Bush and Co. Because in a draft, we're advocating that the timing should be 1 hour, but it looks like we may not be able to skip that 1 hour. So the question is, will this data we have any impact of the internet draft going on being discussed at ITF?
Thank you, Alain, for the question. So indeed, the question of timing is something which is important to be considered. So as it is looking now for AfriNIC, the numbers are good. We are well below the 1 hour which is recommended in terms of time which it needs to take to reach the ROA, between the ROA creation time and BGP. But in some cases, it can go even beyond the 1 hour. This is when there are issues about doing traffic engineering and things like that. What the numbers are showing that AfriNIC is still below that threshold of 1 hour, but for the ROA deletion, we are going towards the 1 hour. So we need to be careful there. But it's not only AfriNIC only; it is across all the RIOs. So your question about should we be worried about the number? Maybe not, but maybe as the system is getting more complex. So, for example, there is a reason why APNIC is doing batch processing, because if they receive a lot of requests at the same time, they need to batch it before processing it. And AfriNIC right now is not batching. So let's say tomorrow the AfriNIC Rpki system received a lot of requests to create ROAs. It needs to be able to sustain this request. And can it sustain it right now? Right now it is synchronous. That's why we see good numbers in terms of timing, because it is synchronous. But the question is, can this system sustain itself? Can it be synchronous all the time? Let's say if we receive hundreds of requests every minute or something like that. Because as you know, the processing for the creation of ROA is...
Maybe can you continue the discussion with Alan afterwards? Thank you. On this note, I will invite Professor Ni for the closing remark. Thank you.
Okay, we never seem to have enough time, but I just like to thank you very much for the very good program and great presentations we've had today. It's a good start for the AFSAR event. And we also like to thank those of you who've been able to make the pilgrimage to our event. Some values have been communicated, and I just cite them here. We like active contribution. We like sharing. We like volunteering. We like mutual respect. We like to be open and inclusive. We, of course, reject fatalism. And what we can do together, we consider it as always better. We are a happy community, and we want to remain as such. AfNOG. AfNOG. AfNIC. We'll see you in 2023 AfNOG session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. I will hand over to Susan. You have the floor. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, was it a nice session? Can I hear a bit of energy? So we are now at the second last session of the day. So in a few minutes, the Minister of ICT in Mauritius is going to walk in, and I'll request us all to have our masks on, and I'll request us to be upstanding by the time he walks in. Someone will hint us, don't worry. And then we can proceed with the session. Otherwise, after the opening ceremony, we will be moving outside for the opening cocktail. So that is just a quick brief, and we'll be good to go. Otherwise, I am glad that you're here, and we hope to have a better next session. Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding. The ministers just walked in. Thank you.
Honorable Monsieur Deepak Balgobin, ministre de l'Information.
Mr. Dina Balgobin, Minister of Technology and Innovation of Mauritius, Lasta, dear delegates and representative of governments and of institutions, distinguished guests here on site and online, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you are. We are so happy to welcome you here to the African Summit Internet 2022 in this wonderful location of Le Méridien Hotel. Our meeting will be held from May 30th to the 3rd of June. My name is Magali, and I hope you will be with us for these 4 days. In the agenda, we have welcome speech of the coordinator of LAFSTAR will be followed by the opening speech of Mr. Deepak Balgobin, Ministry of Information Technology and Innovation of the Republic of Mauritius. We would like to invite Professor Ni to come here and to hold his speech. Thank you, Professor.
Minister of Information, Technology and Innovation, Honorable Deepak Balgobin, ladies and gentlemen, here's our call to action. AfNOG, AfNIC, thank you very much. It is with great pleasure that I join in welcoming you to AIS 2022. A hybrid meeting hosted by AfNIC. As you know, the African Internet Technical Institutions, commonly known as AFSTAR, at the AfNOG meeting held in Gambia in 2012, called upon AfNOG and AfriNIC to co-organize our annual collective meeting known as the African Internet Summit. The AF-STAR organizations include AfNOG, AfriNIC, AFTLD for the CCTLDs, AfREN for the Research and Education Networks, AfricaSet for the emergency response teams, and uniquely .Africa, the only TLD we have for the whole region, AF registrars for the registrars in Africa, accredited registrars in Africa, and historically for our counterparts, Internet Society Africa Bureau and ICANN Africa. This is therefore the 10th anniversary of AIS as an event. And what is better than to be in paradise for AIS? We shall celebrate to put to shame those who wish failure of internet in Africa. Honorable Minister, we thank the government of Mauritius for having supported AfriNIC for the past 17 years. And we'd like you to convey our sincere appreciation and gratitude to the Prime Minister and the people of Mauritius for this noble cause. I was very pleased to have met an AfriNIC staff from Mauritius who has been with us and continues to work for Internet in Africa while at AfriNIC. We commend the staff for the commitment. We are at the root of Internet in Africa, and we shall keep our eyes on the prize in spite of that turbulence. And our forefathers fought for our political freedom, and we shall fight for the Internet in Africa. If you come across a 73-year-old soldier fighting a battle, he could not be fighting for himself, but must be fighting for our grandchildren. What detractors of African internet hate the most is to see us doing the right things and happy doing it, and we shall. Let's have a good summit. AfNOG, AfriNIC, thank you very much, and I appreciate your attention.
Merci, Dr. Ni, pour vos mots d'encouragement. Nous invitons
for your kind words. We would like to invite here the Honorable Minister for Innovation Technology for his speech. Thank you for the round of applause.
Group convener, Mr. Edi Kayura, CEO AfriNIC, members of AfriNIC, captains of the internet industry, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, bon après-midi, good afternoon to all of you. First of all, allow me to thank our friends of AfriNIC for hosting this annual event in such a very pleasant ambience. I'm indeed honored to be amongst your midst today to address you on this very important summit. At the opening of this 5-day summit, the Africa Internet Summit is par excellence, the multi-stakeholder educational and business ICT event in Africa, where key players of the internet industry can interact with the global internet community. I am told that this event has registered more than 700 participants, both online and on site, from more than 50 countries worldwide. I'm convinced that there will be interesting discussions and that this summit will be the perfect opportunity to discuss how we can learn and work together and make our joint ambitions a reality. To me, this is the kind of platform that is going to generate solutions for a united Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, at the base of a sound internet ecosystem lies a robust and resilient connectivity. Regions that are already struggling with basic internet access will be left further behind in the global economy of the future if they are not taken on board. By deploying the necessary connectivity technology across the African continent, only then will internet services be within the reach of people of Africa, with the goal of leaving no one behind. This is quite a long journey and implies connection to, for example, submarine cables, inland fiber optics, and be it 3G, 4G, or 5G networks over thousands of kilometers, as well as setting up of IXPs, Internet Exchange Points. Obviously, this endeavor will encounter numerous challenges ahead. In order to accelerate the process, we need collaboration among governments, private operators, and the global internet community. For this reason, forums like the Africa Internet Summit are instrumental in securing the necessary proposals for a roadmap to achieve the targeted objective of a connected Africa within an acceptable time frame. In Mauritius, major strides have been covered in terms of connectivity. Taking the international connectivity, Mauritius is connected to 3 submarine cables, namely the SAFE, Lion, and Métis. A 4th cable, the T3, will be operational by mid of next year. Our household are well connected with fiber to the home provision, and I'm very happy that the fiber to the home has reached 100% since 2017. The whole Mauritius is fully fibered. As for mobile connectivity, the whole island is covered with 3G and 4G services. And on the other hand, an initial 5G service has been launched last year and provides coverage for certain regions of the island, namely the Eben Cyber City, the University of Mauritius and Bagatelle region, and the Triano region, where we have already 5G services available. Ladies and gentlemen, the success of digitalization program for Africa goes far beyond the rollout of connectivity across the continent. The affordability of connectivity and other facilities like computers, tablets, smartphones, etc., is key for encouraging the take-up of digital services by African people. COVID-19 has shown us the importance of digitalization for delivery of services, be it in times of emergency or not. Again, a motivated leadership is needed among African governments, private operators, public operators, and the global internet community in order to truly bring digitalization within the reach of one and all. The distribution of communication facilities is one thing, but making services affordable over those networks is quite another. One concept which is widely adopted for the latter is the USF fund, the Universal Service Fund, which receive social contribution from telecom operators. The fund is utilized for resolving telecom issues related to the digital device. For instance, those funds could be used for the deployment of connectivity and services to remote areas or underserviced areas, or economically not really viable areas. Moreover, provision of free internet services to families below the poverty line may also be used from those funds. Here in Mauritius, we have recently installed 350 free Wi-Fi spots around the country. And on Friday last, together with the Honorable Prime Minister, we have launched another 250 free Wi-Fi services that makes to 600 various Wi-Fi spots free of charge for the public. Ladies and gentlemen, the global economy has evolved dramatically over the last decade, which is largely attributed to the contribution of the digital economy. It is not merely the employment of ICT in our economic activities, but it also includes digitalized information and knowledge, as well as skills in the field of ICT as drivers of productivity. According to the World Bank, the digital economy is equivalent to 15.5% of global GDP and is growing 2.5 times faster than global GDP itself over the past 15 years. At this pace, the contribution of digital economy to global GDP is expected to exceed by 20% by far in 2030. No doubt, the digitalization of processes and services has warranted enhanced productivity and efficiency. This being said, we cannot afford to stay behind in the global economy. Ladies and gentlemen, for the digital ecosystem to function to its full potential, internet users require the assurance that their interests are protected. We must be aware that as progress is being made in the field of ICT, cyber threats are equally emerging at the same pace. Today, we are witnessing the dangers of ransomware attacks, which has the potential of bringing down critical information infrastructure, like the banking system, the government networks, power grid systems, and telecommunication infrastructure. On an equal footing, phishing is another evil on the rise. If we want to empower our population to operate in the digital environment, we need to include adequate protection mechanism for them to be confident when there are online transactions. Government need to introduce the necessary policies and legislations to counter or mitigate the contemporary threats that internet users are faced with. And in that context, last year, in November, I have brought and introduced a new law to Parliament, and the Cyber Security and Cybercrime Act was passed to protect citizens and businesses transacting online. This new law is well adapted to the current situation prevailing in the cyberspace, making our digital ecosystem more resilient and secure for use by internet users. And I can tell you that while drafting the new law, we had various consultations. We had a look at various international cybercrime laws of Kenya, of Rwanda, of India, of Singapore, of Estonia, so that we could come up with a new legislation. And the Council of Europe has also guided us and vetted our law so that it matches international requirements. Dear friends, for an inclusive progress to be achieved in the global economy, I would say that no country is to be excluded in today's new way of doing business and communicating with each other. International cooperation plays an important role in addressing challenges related to internet governance, skills mismatch, capacity building, digital literacy, cyber threats, technical barriers to trade, regulatory frameworks, and just to mention a few. A multi-stakeholder forum like this one we are doing today is the right platform where we can share our expertise and address common issues and foster a sustainable digitalization program for an inclusion for all. Before I conclude, I would like once again to thank our friends from AfNIC who are doing a marvelous job for our continent. The government of Mauritius, as you rightly mentioned, is giving full support to AfNIC and will continue to provide all necessary assistance so that we could grow the internet community for Africa. On this note, I thank you very much for your attention, and I have the honor to declare the summit open. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre, pour vos mots d'encouragement et pour le discours d'ouverture. Chers délégués, nous arrivons à la fin de la cérémonie d'ouverture de AIS 2022. Nous vous remercions pour votre participation et nous vous invitons pour le cocktail d'ouverture au foyer. Merci pour votre participation. Merci.